Okay, now are we live? Okay, now we're seeing streaming. Okay, weird. Hey, there we are. Okay, we are live. Fantastic. That was a weird little glitch. What's up, Hefe? How you doing, bud? Sounds about right. Sounds about right, bud. I was just live for like 3 minutes, except I wasn't. Like, I hit streaming on OBS and it just was not going out to any sources, which is weird, but okay. So hopefully everything is working just fine now. Glad you're here. That's a weird hiccup. I've never had that one before. Every day is a new problem here on the Mongoola Show. Look at you two. First two in the door. How are you doing, Fost? You guys doing some Fortnite today? Or are you going to stick around for the movie show? Or what's your plans? Just kicking here. Is this is not loading. We'll just have to close that down and try it again. Don't know what's going on there. It's not going to open on my phone or something stupid, is it? No, come on. All technology is going slow for me. Both, love it. Great answer. All right. We're at the blog to go over today. I guess I'm doing all the news I just did. We're going over the blog today. We've got war attacks to get in there. We got just hanging out and chilling. And we're going to have Run 7 on later for the movie show that we were supposed to do on Thursday, but unfortunately he was very under the weather at that time. We'll be doing Fortnite. Just got to get through these dailies first. Nice. He must have candy. He's a kid magnet. Ew. Ew. I don't want to think about that. What's up, Bendy? Oh, there's 3088. How are you doing, sir? You must have had an incredibly short stream because I just signed on, saw that you were streaming for like 15 minutes, and then you're like, please play on. Want to move over? How's it going, Half-Baked, Metal Straws, Ruvar, Wonderful D, great name. What's going on with 3088? Did he have... stream dropped. It was 2 hours. Gotcha. That makes more sense. D Marin resubscribing. Thank you so much. That's 3 months in a row, my guy. Awesome job. Awesome. Fet's Vengeance is following. That's amazing.
What? Did we just become best friends?
I'm just playing the baby account at the moment because the big account just does not want to load. There it goes. Finally made it past that 67% mark, so that's cool. We've got... Hey, Steven, how you doing? We've got war attacks to do today. We're going to play with the baby count just a little bit, and we're joined by Run 7 at about 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. We're going to try the movie show again. He was not able to join us on Thursday night because he was quite under the weather, unfortunately. So we're going to try it again. Now, that being said, on the movie show that night, we did have Cleaning Agent join us, and that was a ton of fun. So if anybody caught that, hopefully you had a good time and you're willing to give that another try. Hillary Ann, how you doing? Good to see you. We broke 90% in 2.3. Woo! Nice. That's awesome. I think, and Fost and Hefe can maybe check me on this one. We've hit 80%, is I think the highest we've been able to manage. Is that correct? I know we hit 70 on a pretty daily basis, but I think we've hit 80. Awesome, Hillary. Thank you so much. Yeah, we were joined by a Cleaning Agent on Thursday, who's another Canadian. He's from the East Coast. Yep. Really good dude. Really fun to hang out with. Does not know his movies very well, but it was very entertaining nonetheless. So that was a good show. Once everybody gets Penny, it gets so much easier. That's right, I got Penny, and I haven't actually built her up yet. I just unlocked her and was like, cool, and moved on with life. I've been saving up resources to get her. I don't know exactly what it takes to go from like 0 to 100. I don't know if I'm there, but let's find out together. Nice. Wait, is she still purple and she still made it through? There's some reassurance. Jesus, yeah, they're... The rest of the team is massive, and then she's just this little blue thing holding on. All right, let's go see what we can do with her. Might as well click all the red dots. Oh, there's so many red dots first thing in the morning. Okay. No more things for her, and I don't think we've got it. Well, it doesn't matter. We've already unlocked her. It doesn't really matter if we've got any more orbs for her, because we're not getting her to the next star anytime soon. Recruit her. How far will $44 million get us? You simmed it. Nice. Oop. Train her all the way up to the top. Cost $23 million to take her to 100. Ugh. Think I can save some resources? Just keep it. Wow. 9 million gold taking that extra step. Okay, if they work at this level, I'm just going to save that 9 million gold, man. They need to fix the mail no matter who they blame it on. Absolutely. I'd love to get rid of that. Take her to 95. You'll be fine. Penny, Pav, Peter are the most important. Penny will be 95. Commander Foss, OCD goes into overdrive. I feel you, man. I 100% feel you. All right, can we take you to 17 right away? I'll take that. I'd love to get her to 18, but 17's not a bad start. See what we're missing. Are there any of the T4s that are 100% necessary? I didn't really look at this team all that much. I haven't done my homework. The heck? Oh, there we go. I was like, why are these not unlocked? We're level 95 or something. Like, give me. Passive and ultimate? Sounds good. Penny passive gives the energy. Ultimate use safeguard. Yes, please. Alright. Passive for sure. I probably should have read that first, but whatever. I'm being told by smart people it's good. On spawn and raids, generate additional 5 ability energy for self and all Spider Society allies. On end of turn, flip speed bar by 5%. Yeah. Seems good. 100% damage to all enemies. In raids, apply trauma to all enemies. That seems really good. Raid, apply safeguard for 2, sir. Yep. I understand. What do these ones do? Just out of curiosity. I don't think we're doing them, but 80% damage on attacks. Apply stun. Meh. 100% damage to primary target. Clear all positive effects on primary target. Not bad, but we can skip it. Right, 143. What are we missing for this one? Ooh, we're missing a lot. Oh, that's gonna be a minute. Okay. Stop beeping at me, computer. All right, I'm gonna... Don't clear alerts for a second. The alerts are gonna go away, so don't revive any for a second. We'll see if we can bring that back online. Spider Society. There we go. Oh, look at them. They're so beautiful all together. All right, Peter B. Parker, special and passive. We got the passive special. Call the Hero Spider-Verse ally with the least speed bar to attack the most injured enemy. Can I save my cores? I'm not... I'd like to be a little higher than I am. Like, is this absolutely necessary, or is this just nice to have? So let's see. 18, 17, 17, 18, 18. All right. And then what do you take? Weave? Okay. Might as well. And then you need that square thing, so let's bookmark that. Let's see. Nope. All right, she's gonna be a little bit. Not, you know what I mean, bud. It's early. Don't get me for speaking language. Don't forget ISO. Good call. Good call. I got so excited, I just moved on. If you want to sim, special, passive, and alts on all of them. Oh. I mean, I definitely want to sim, but that's a lot of resources. Don't forget, so on Penny. And what are we doing for an ISO on Penny? Jarvis says Striker. Bendy says Striker. I trust Bendy more than Jarvis. But the fact that they agree is also just good for me. Go to the Matrix. Damn, we could take her to 4 right away. Probably 3 is probably good enough. Or do you need 4 for 2.3? Fuck it, we can do it 4. Let's just do 4. We're gonna be using this team for a while. Probably put it in defense in Cosmic Crucible. Might as well make it as good as we can. There we go. And then build that up even higher.
Make Sticky great again.
It's too early for you, Sticky. Go away. All right. Not too shabby. Now, where are we actually at in the raid? We're probably miles away from actually being able to give her a chance. Oh, that's sad. Why'd that not work? Oh, my sad mode didn't work either. 1 second. I'm gonna redeem it myself. Okay, so if we jump to side. Where's my side camera? Sorry for that one. Yeah, so my camera's not working. That's why that redemption isn't working properly. Give me 1 second to fix that. There we go. There I am. All right, now if we do sad. Wherever it is, there it is. All right, let's just turn those off then, because I don't know why they're not working. I need to actually spend time to fix that. Twitch. Actually, I guess I can just do it from here. We're gonna go to viewer rewards, channel points, and then we will kill Sad Dan, disabled, and anime split screens. Sorry about that, guys. I'm not really sure why those ones aren't working. I'll figure that out when I'm not live. Experiencing some technical difficulty. Yeah, always. Constant, buddy. Always. Is this... Okay, this is the big one. Let's do nation. Cool. And now we can do it again. I don't think I've gotten the web milestone finished yet, so this will probably put me over the edge. Quite a few resources here. And in fact, let's go to the web store anyways, because we're going to do the blog in a minute. Boop. MSF. It wouldn't be a Mongolia stream without there being some side issues, technical issues. That's just how we roll here. All right, finish that off. Good, we're done with that. That'll give us another orb. A little bit of leeway or wiggle room, which I like. Head to the store. I couldn't think of... Okay, so I've started doing a little bit more with the blog readings where I do like the week in review, the actual blog, and then like a hot topic issue. Unlimited power. But like, there really wasn't a hot topic this week, right? Like everything was kind of just good. Like the raid store changes, I think, are universally liked. I mean, people are still maybe a little bit sour about the Old Man Logan thing, but I think that's kind of gone away. I don't know. I feel like the community is actually kind of all on the same page. We'll see. As of yesterday, he said he was feeling good and ready to go. So we'll see what he says this morning. A snicked off the old blog. I looked at this. Well, I didn't look at the actual official blog, but I looked at the pre-blog that we get, and there was nothing terribly exciting in it. So we should hopefully be able to just burn through that pretty quickly and then get back to doing more fun things. Oh, they're a huge win. And that's what I mean. Like, I don't know anybody who's been like, oh, this sucks. Like, fuck off. What are you talking about? This is all good stuff. The one, I mean, okay, the minorest of minor complaints, and it's 100% on me. It's not, I'm not actually complaining, is I had like 250 of these, and I spent a bunch of them because I was just like, I was waiting on Green Goblin. They kept saying like, we have no idea when Green Goblin's coming. I was like, all right, screw it. I'm just gonna like max out my Black Cat and my Nova. And so I spent like 120,000 of them. And then they're like, oh, by the way, we're gonna switch things around, so now you need them for Green Goblin. It's like, but that's on me. Like, I'm not actually upset at anybody. That's just poor decision making on my part. C'est la vie. Wow, has he been around that long? I don't like write anything down or keep track of things. I probably really should. What was the cloth we did? It wasn't either of these ones. Are there more of these slots than there used to be too? Damn, that's nice. I don't really need that many of them, but like, it's cool. Nova dropped about a year around this time. Expect the same with Old Man Logan next year. Just a prediction. Yeah. I mean, I hope you're wrong, but you're probably right. What was that's what I wanted. Orbs. Did we get any red ones? Nope, we already opened them. Fair enough. Fair enough. No Nightcrawler or Forge. That's sad for us. And nobody here that I'm super excited for. Just because I can. All of my actual named characters are already there, so it's like, might as well just start burning them on the minions, I guess. Actually, that's pretty low. Might as well bump those numbers up. Grab all these. Scope usually does the same thing over and over. Yeah. And when you say that, you mean like the same mistakes over and over and over. All right. We'll get into the war. We need to do our blitzes. Oh, we do need to spend... ISO. I think did I do this last night? Yeah, I did. Okay. So I've only got so much energy then. Probably already took it to the limit. There we go. When Gear Tier 22 drops and becomes a new color, expect the raid stores to get Crimson updates. Oh, yeah. I mean, you're 100% right. Like, that's definitely what's going to happen. It just, like, that feels like it's going to be so incredibly far away. Ooh, nice. That's our... Oh, wow. That actually gave us a bunch of the things we needed. That's going to help significantly for getting her to Gear Tier 18. We're not getting down here or anything, don't get me wrong, but that was a huge step on that journey. All right. Need to figure out who the Marvel moms even are, and then do some blitzing with them. But I kind of want to get the blog out of the way, and then we can just hang out until Run shows up. We got about 2 hours till the movie show. Oh, and so I posted something in Discord, and if you are not already, then head over to my Discord. I posted something in my Discord that nobody seemed to react with, and I feel like I kind of like if you put an everything tag or everyone tag on Discord, it tags it to everybody. But I feel like if you post something on Discord and then tag everyone, it does not, because it doesn't look like anybody's really seen it yet. If you go to the Mongoolish, my Discord, and go to the movie section, I'm changing the way I'm doing the game show so that it's available for everyone to play along. So during the Mongoli show, which I'm going to be doing every Thursday, we're doing it Saturday today because Run was sick on Thursday, but generally speaking, it's going to be every Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to ask questions of the audience. And like just randomly throughout the show, so there's not going to be like a set time where you can just log in and find the question. The first person to answer the question will get 2 points. The second person will get 1 point. I'll announce the winner at the end of the show just for fun. There's shits and giggles. But if you are, I haven't set up a Patreon yet, but theoretically I'm going to. If you are subscribed on Twitch or on Patreon, I will actually keep track of your score throughout the year. And then at the end of the year, during my anniversary bash, which is in October, where we're celebrating my 1 year anniversary for Twitch, my 2nd year anniversary for YouTube, and my 42nd birthday, I will actually announce winners, and there will actually be cash prizes. So if anybody is interested in joining up with that, you can read the Discord, find out what's going on over there. You can get additional points if you actually come on the live show and play along with me live. I'll give you bonus points for doing that. If you win that show, I'll give you even more points. But everybody can play along just by hanging out with me on Thursday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, I do have some questions lined up for today once Run gets here, so we'll do some questions today. That'll absolutely count. So if you want to stick around, do that. Otherwise, we'll see you at 11 o'clock, or we'll see you next Thursday. Didn't mean to do that, but there we are. Most of you probably don't even recognize what I just did. Is Screwflay a creature of habit? I don't think we need an 8-ball for that one, bud. All right, looking at an empty orb chamber. Okay, weekly blog. I guess I should actually put that information in the weekly blog. Oh yeah, I could actually like promote myself in my own show. How weird. A down to cookie cutter are they? The questions, you mean? The questions that I ask of the audience might not be as hard as the questions that I ask on the live show, and I actually might dumb down the questions on the live show just a little bit. We'll see. All right, let's go full screen. Moss Def's a fucking genius. Good call. Good call. I'll record it as part of the live show, and then I'll just clip that out, and then I'll like have that access to it, because that'd be wonderful. That I could actually put that on my little soundboard here, and then just like hit a button and not have to repeat myself constantly. At least no more than I already do. What am I doing? Okay, so I want to turn the music off, because that makes it way easier to edit. And then we can add the music back in post. The fact that I even have to promote myself to you at this point, Foss, is kind of sad. You and Hefe should really know what's going on without me having to tell you every 5 seconds. And yet, I feel like I have to tell you guys every 5 seconds. I hear Hefe doing dailies in the background. All right. Hello, no, let's record it. That would be a wonderful fucking start to the show. Every week I do that where I get done the blog and I'm like, oh, and then I have to go and find the vlog of myself and download it. Oh, is that how it's going to be? I need to actually turn off all the redemptions. There you go. Just for you, Hefe. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Mongoolie Show. This week, we're going to take a look at the week in the... What are we actually doing? We're not unlocking Dakin, even though he's in the past. You can buy Dakin. The raid kit updates is huge. Pocket Dimension is coming this week, right? May 16th, which is Wednesday? Thursday, okay. Let's just go and copy that, just so we know we've got it. Check out the upcoming events for Mercs. All right, I guess we need to do our homework a little bit before we just jump right in. I was just getting so excited to do it. Click on a new window. I wonder if they fixed the wording. Click from campaign nodes. Which was this one? Boost your arsenal with additional milestone points. Oh, they changed the order of them. Okay, fair enough. Gold value missions. Engaging Cosmic Crucible battles using... Okay, they did change the wording of it. Fair enough. Open that new window. Simulate sabotage, quick rumble. Touch your... Yeah, it's not the worst plan I've ever had. Okay, so let's just highlight the things we need to be doing. And the dates that it's starting starts on Monday. Should be super easy to remember, but you know, sometimes I'm dumb. Hey, Hefe, you know Jonathan is supposed to be coming on the show on Thursday night at 9 p.m. for top 5. Hopefully significantly better than the last top 5. Couldn't remember if I told you that or not. I know you're very interested in seeing the family member with talent again. Okay, May 13th. May 13th? No, that is right. Never mind. My brain is wrong. As per usual. Now, this one starts on May 14th. Oh, because it's the Alliance event? Oh, okay, yeah. It's weird. Did you just put the Alliance event at the bottom? Okay. Cool. 3 diamond for Ghost Spider. Ghost Spider character shards, nobody cares. Crimson Catalyst parts are nice. I like that. Alien spores, blah, blah, blah. Oh, Crimson Alien stuff. Yes, okay. First run, Diamond Orb Fragments. Still Crimson stuff, though. That's not bad. Power through nodes to grab gold. L4 training module is Diamond Orb Fragments. First time in time rewards can be first. Your team. So gear tier 14. That's really unfortunate how low that is. I hope this is a game mode and not just a gift. A timed gift, essentially. Hold temporal health packs to heal your character. Keep an eye on the supply and stock up when necessary. This is an all-new pocket dimensional challenging nodes. Tier 14 challenging nodes. We'll see. You must strategize and sometimes make multiple attempts to defeat these nodes, so you will need new temporal health packs for your characters. It might just be gear tier 14's like the bottom that you can possibly do it, but like it might, I guess it could still be challenging even Like, just because Gear Tier 14 is the gate to get in, it doesn't mean that it's built for Gear Tier 14, because they probably will want to sell you these health packs. Whatever. That starts Thursday. To create a smooth raid experience for Alliance, we're updating current award to completion. Top alliances that are fully played for 14. That 100%. In addition to the above updates, higher raid difficulties will unlock at 50% completion. And first-time rewards will be available at 50% completion. These updates are slated to go live on May 15th at 2 p.m. So we can start with the Alliance, blah, blah. Dakin is the exact same release method they've always done, and there's nothing. Okay, cool. Now that we actually read the blog, we can report on it. Yeah, that sounds like a pretty good challenge, Steven. That sounds like something they would jump at. Nope, not that one. I want to shoot. Where did... I have a feeling it's hiding under here. There it is. Pull that out. Make that bigger. All right. Take two from the top. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Mongoolie Show. This week, we're going to be able to unlock Dakin if willing your... wow, that was tongue-tied. Yeah. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Mongoolie Show. This week, we're going to be taking a look at the Week in Review as well as the blog coming out, and we're going to be talking about the Mongoolies movie show, which is going to be coming out weekly at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with... My goodness, I am so sorry, guys. There's something going on with my eye. Cool, okay. In all seriousness, back said it's probably so people who are doing DDs don't have to use their DD health packs on temporal dimensions. That actually makes a lot of sense. Hopefully that's all it is. That'd be all right with me. Oh, there's so little going on this week. Usually there's something actually gigantic to hype up. Tooth and Claw. Somebody rating? Oh no, cheered a bit. Thank you very much.
Dandy Captain the High's House.
I still heard my headphones are way over here and I can still hear that. I should probably turn them down at some point. How you doing, Midnight? Glad to have you here. So I wish we knew what was like. We know there's shards in the orbs to buff up our characters for Old Man Logan. I wish we knew what the actual drop rates were. Doesn't want to tell us. And then the allied event is all for Spider Society characters, which doesn't help us with Old Man Logan necessarily. Still good to have, don't get me wrong, not complaining, but just not helpful for the Old Man Logan aspect of it. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Mongoolie Show. This week, we're going to be taking a look at how to unlock Dakin, assuming you're willing to spend power cores, some massive changes to the raid store, which are actually just a huge win for the community, as well as what's been going on this past week in Marvel Strike Force. Let's get into it. All right, and then where is my actual notes from the week? Drop rates should the drop rates should just say abysmal instead of percent. Cheer. Sorry that you're not actually seeing the cheers go live, but I mean, you can affect the lights, so maybe that's good enough for you for now. I mean, you're dropping a penny, so. All right, on Monday, we saw the start of the Penny Parker release event. This event was very similar to the Iron Patriot event and just barely done a little bit better. The numbers were just a little bit tweaked, which was nice enough that we were able to unlock, or hopefully you're able to unlock your Penny Parker. But still, some people are complaining because the orbs are glowing gold in the center, which should be a lottery. That should be like the jackpot if you get the gold orb in the center. And instead, you're getting a gold orb in the center with things like 10 Carnage shards. Now, I understand that for newer players, Carnage is still a very good character that you want to collect, but for most people at the higher end who are doing these events, it just feels like you get that like sense of like, oh yes, I got something good, just to be disappointed. Simply changing the color of those orbs, I think, would have gone a long way. Most players are used to the fact that you're not going to get Penny every single time you open one of those orbs, but seeing that gold shine just really gives you false hope that kind of wish would go away. The ratio for the event was a little bit low at 4-1, which did make it a bit tougher, but the event is still actually ongoing, and I was able to unlock my Penny Parker. I've seen many people in my alliance unlock their Penny Parker, so with that little bit of a tweak to the minimum drop on the right side of the orb, it's actually working out better for people, significantly better for the Iron Patriot. But what about you guys? Have you unlocked your Penny, or have you been getting awful luck? For the Iron Patriot, I got the bare minimum every single orb drop, and I did not unlock them until they came out with a free gift. So at least this event is doing better than that one. For me, for the people I've been talking to, let me know down in the comments below if you have not unlocked her and you've been getting that horrendous luck that I got last time. The return of the open all orb button was given to certain players on Monday, but then taken away from everybody late on Tuesday because they discovered a flaw that was making it work improperly. Now, a lot of people were complaining about the orb because it was taking a very, very long time to open all your buttons. Me personally, I never got access to it, but I wish that I had. Even if it took a long time, I would have personally just put my phone down and done the dishes or laundry or watched a TV show or something and just had it be going in the background. That would have been okay with me. Now, compared to what we were used to, yes, the amount of time that it would take to open up all the orbs is a little bit ridiculous, and I understand people's complaints, but I think it's one of those things that's better to have and have be slow than not have it all. Even if you do have access to it, you can still open the orbs manually at 1 or 10. You don't have to do the open all, but it's there for you if you want to. But they did take it down because of a technical issue. They did not share with us what that technical issue was, but they have said many, many, many times before that the stability of the game is their #1 priority, and I completely agree with them. So hopefully we get that open all orb button back soon, but until they can fix it and keep the game stable, I'm okay with it going away. Also on Tuesday, we got the, what was it called? The Dark Dimension 7 celebration. Also on Tuesday, we got the Dark Dimension 7 celebration, where you got to choose if you wanted 100 shards of either Void Knight or Red Goblin. You also got a 7 red star for that character. Now, I already had 7 red on both of those characters, so that wasn't a factor for me. I think Void Knight is the better character of the two, so I put 100 shards on him. It got me a little bit closer to 7 stars, which was really, really nice. But for my baby account, this was incredible. Getting 7 red stars on a character I didn't have and unlocking him for Void Knight was absolutely insane. So keep in mind, there are newer players who are going to really, really appreciate this, even if the older players are maybe a little bit more on the side of, well, these characters are going to be farmable really soon, so this doesn't feel as celebratory. For newer players, this was a huge win. So I'm taking this as a good thing for the community. Wednesday, she says Deadpool revive fix was fixed last night. Deadpool still representing his health, but being capped 20% bad luck. Pandapool did get fixed now, right? I didn't write that one down, but I wrote down that they were talking about working on it. They were aware of it, but I'm pretty sure he is fixed now. Earlier this week, Pandapool was released, but his character wasn't working properly. Now, Matt Sheets had said in a conversation that they fixed Deadpool's revive, which was working improperly, and they are working on Pandapool. I do believe he is fixed now. He was stealing an improper amount of health from the other characters. They've gone and fixed that, so hopefully he's working as intended at this point. Also on Wednesday, we had the voting for Karen Page start. Now, if you haven't checked this out, you definitely want to go to the website and see it. What we're looking at is an original, well, a semi-original character to Marvel Strike Force, where we actually get to pick everything about her character. We got to choose her of the 3 reporters, and now we get to choose who her mentor is, and who her mentor is going to have an effect on her abilities as well as her appearance. I'm personally voting for the Morbius one. I think the claws and the wings look really, really cool. It's worth mentioning also that the mentor will not necessarily be on the team or receiving a rework. They might be, but it's not guaranteed at this time. So don't expect her to win and then be like, okay, I'm going to put all my resources into Morbius. That is not necessarily how this is working. He might end up in a poll down the road. He might end up on the team, but we don't know yet. So don't spend your resources until it is 100% confirmed. Other than that, which character are you voting for? I said I'm going for Morbius. Let me know what you're voting for down in the comments below. Where is the actual webpage? I want to go to this one. Updates. News. On Thursday, we got a new blog about the Raid store, and this is a massive win for the community. Everything about this is good. What we're looking at here is the Black Cat and Nova Awakened abilities that have been out for a very long time have been moved down from elite credits to regular credits. So you probably got a ton of those. So make sure if these characters aren't already maxed out that you are going and maxing them out right now, as well as the Green Goblin Awakened abilities are finally in the store. Now, these ones are elite credits, but one of the nice things is you're going to have a dedicated slot for each one of these characters. So if you're only looking to dedicate to level up your Green Goblin, you will be able to buy one every single time the store refreshes. Now, obviously, there's 4 different abilities Now, obviously, there's multiple abilities, so it's not always going to be the same one that you actually want, but at very least, you can be working towards the character you want every single store refresh, and I think that's a really good thing. If you're still looking for Black Cat or Nova, they will also be dedicated. You can get them every single time. There's also going to be more teal gear available in the store. You can see that there's 1 row dedicated to mini uniques, 4 rows dedicated to actual uniques, and they are even putting the Crimson Orbs available for purchase with elite credits, I believe that it is. I should know that for sure. Of course, it's elite credits. There we go, Crimson Red Orbs. They're also increasing the amount of teal gear available in the store. There's going to be 1 row dedicated to mini uniques and 4 rows dedicated to uniques. This is a really good change. These are all available for regular raid credits. And you can see that they've actually put Crimson Gear Raid Orbs available for 4,800 elite credits. So you do kind of need to decide if you want to spend your elite credits on Green Goblin or on these Crimson Orbs. But the fact that you have the choice and the fact that both are available is a massive win, and I think it's fantastic. So make sure you check out the Raid store if you haven't already. Excuse me. And also on Thursday, oh my goodness. Excuse me. And also on Thursday is the return of the I got screwed up my own name. And also on Thursday is the return of Mongoli's movie show. Now, this is a show that I did actually before I started streaming Marvel Strike Force. I did this about a year ago. I was doing it with a buddy. My buddy kept flaking on me, unfortunately. And at that point, I'd never really streamed by myself and I didn't really have the confidence to try. So I kind of just let the show die down. Now that I've been doing this for a little bit longer, I have a bit of an audience, have a bit more confidence that I can just ramble on for an hour by myself. I've decided to bring it back. And in fact, I was talking about this with a friend, and Run7 has decided that he's going to join me every other week. So every other week, it's going to be Run 7. Once a month, I'm going to have my brother on. We're going to do a top 5 list. And once a month, I'm still figuring out what I'm going to do. Probably the trivia show if I can get volunteers to do that. So if you're interested in joining me for that, let me know. You can be on the show as a volunteer. You can be part of the game show. And if that doesn't work out, then I'll just do movie topics on my own and maybe do some trivia on myself on that last Thursday of the month. But this should be a lot of fun. We were supposed to start this week. Unfortunately, Run 7 was very, very ill, so he wasn't able to join us, but Cleaning Agent stepped up to the plate. And so I talked to Cleaning Agent for about 2 hours about movies and film and stuff like that. And it was a great time. So you can go check that out on the VOD. I'll leave a link down below. I do have a separate YouTube channel, for the movies, so I'm not going to be flooding the gaming channel with movie stuff. I'm going to do it for like a week or two just to get the word out, And once people are aware of it, I'm going to move all that content over to the movie YouTube channel. So head over to that YouTube channel if you want to follow that stuff. That was the worst take ever, but whatever. We're going with it because it's live, and I'll do a better one for the ad later. All right, moving on to this week's blog. All right, and moving on to this week's blog, we can see. All right, and moving on. All right, and moving on to this week's blog, we can see that Dakin is coming to the game on May 17th. That's next Friday, where you can purchase him for 675 power cores for your chance to get up to 180 shards. This is the exact same release method they've been doing for a while. So make sure you check out the store to get your red star orbs for him. And if you're willing to spend the shards on him, go for it. I don't think this is going to be the most impactful. Well, he's definitely not the most impactful member on this team, but I don't think he's going to be a major player on this team either. So you can probably wait till he's free to play, but if you do want to spend the cores on him, go for it. No, that was terrible. I'm doing that one again. All right, and moving on to the actual blog, we can see that Dakin is coming out on May 17th. That's next Friday, where you'll be able to purchase him for 675 power cores for a chance to get up to 180 shards, as well as you can go and get his red stars out of those orbs. Now, this is the exact same release method that we've seen for every character recently. We know what's going on here. His free-to-play will be up shortly, I'm sure, and I think it's probably better to wait for that. Personally, I'm not going to spend power cores on him, but you are welcome to spend your power cores how you see fit. There is a raid update where they've actually made it a little bit easier to get the first-time completions on certain things. So you're going to see that the Ultimus, Doom, and Incursion raids have moved down to 10, 40, and 70% completion, as well as the top alliance. As well, for top alliances that can 100% them, you're going to see a small increase in rewards if you can hit the 100% mark, which is pretty nice. In addition to the above, you're going to see higher raid difficulties all unlock at 50% completion. That's down from what I believe was 70%. And first-time rewards for raids also be available at 50% completion. This applies to the Incursion Raid 2 First Strike Incursion... wait, what? Sorry. This applies to all raids up to Incursion Raid 2 First Strike. Incursion 2 beyond that will not be affected by this. These updates go live on Wednesday. And the next Pocket Dimension is coming to us Thursday, I think it is. Thursday. I'll get rid of all my highlights. That's what's going on. Okay. And the next Pocket Dimension coming out is coming to us on Thursday. Now, this is a brand new Pocket Dimension. It's not just a returning version of what we've seen before. You are going to require all 3 of your Cabal characters at Gear Tier 14. You are going to require all 3 of your Cabal characters, as well as having all characters that you want to participate at Gear Tier 14. Now, that sounds a little bit low, but it does mention that this is going to be a challenging thing. So hopefully that is just the gate to get in. And once you get in, the challenge actually does ramp up. We'll see. It does mention that it's going to use different health packs than what are currently out, so you're going to have to check up the store for those special health packs, not the dark health packs. Rumors are that A, they want to sell you something new, or B, they don't want you using the health packs that you're currently using for other game modes. Either one of those could be true. I'm not 100%. We'll just have to see what happens when the game goes live. First time and time reward runs. Scroll down. Now, as always, there's going to be a first run as well as a timed run reward, and you'll be able to get gold, training materials, diamond fragments, and crimson gear if you can finish that first run, including isomers, crimson isomers. No, I'm not going to pronounce those because those are just fucked up words. Phosphates? Feel like fucking Valley over here. Marrow extract and molecular scan. Molecular scan. All right, as per usual, if you do a first run or a second run, you will get rewarded for that. But after that, it doesn't sound like you're going to be getting anything. You will be able to get gold, training materials, diamond orb fragments, crimson catalyst parts, crimson gear, as well as for your timed run, you could get 3 diamonds for Ghost Rider or Ghost Spider, which is actually quite nice. Ghost Spider character shards and more crimson gear. So this is actually going to pay out pretty nicely if you can make it all the way through. And if you can make it all the way through once, hopefully you can make it all the way through twice and get as much of this as you possibly can. Excuse me. All right, so as far as the events for this week goes, the first one is going to be an Alliance milestone where you're going to have to spend ISO 8 energy and collect allied supply. Yeah. All right, so as far as events for this week goes, the first one is going to be an allied. All right, as far as I need to wake up, I had a late night last night. All right, as far as events go for this week, the first one is going to be the Coordinated Catastrophe Alliance milestone. You're going to want to spend ISO 8 energy, which we've been doing for the last week or so, as well as collecting allied supply 4 orb fragments. Both of those are going to be at a 1-to-1 ratio, unfortunately, but you can see that you're going to be unlocking shards for the Spider Society team. Now, unfortunately, this is not one of the teams that's going to be absolutely required for Old Man Logan, but this is still a very good team, and there are some newer characters on here with Penny Parker, even Spider Slayer is relatively new. So that's a good point. Why is it Spider Slayer? Okay, so it's not the Spider Society team. It's just Spider-related people. Interesting. Anyways, Penny Parker's on here, and that's the one that's actually important. So make sure you're doing well with your alliance. You can even get a 3-diamond Spider-Man Noir if you can make it all the way down to the bottom. So for the top alliances, that's going to be a pretty nice little payout there for your Spider Society team. Loved that. It is a little unfortunate that we're having a spend ISO 8 energy event right after, right back to back. That's a little bit tight, but should be fine. We'll have time. I'm going to start saving up for this event probably starting today. So if you want to do that so that when Monday comes, you can pump as much resources into that and help your alliance out as much as possible. If you get all 24 of you doing that, you're going to be in really, really good shape. The nice thing is there doesn't seem to be a cap to that, but yeah, we'll have to actually go over the math on Monday, maybe when this comes out, and figure out exactly what you need to be doing to participate. 600,000 is unreasonable if you're not collecting these allied supply orbs, and for the most part, those are going to be available through offers. So if you want to make it down to the very bottom, connect with your alliance and find out, but you're probably going to have to spend a little bit of money. Yes, there is a Skill City section where obviously they will, well, theoretically they will be very good, but they are not technically a requirement. And when I say that, I mean in the way that like Cabal, Emma, Loki, and Out of Time are required. They might be a requirement in the sense that they're the only good team that can get through it, but theoretically, you could bring in other characters and be just fine. Next up, we had the Red in the Tooth and Claw event. Now, this is the one they're saying we're going to be able to unlock Out of Time and Cabal characters. They're not in the chart, so we're going to have to get those from the orbs, and we don't have the orbs yet, so we don't know exactly what those drop rates are going to be. Quite frankly, they're going to have to be fairly decent if I'm going to get a 5-star character out of this, but there's no guarantee, so we'll have to come back on, I think this starts on Tuesday, and find out exactly what the drop rates look like for that. What you're going to want to do is collect those aged adamantium orb fragments from campaign nodes, as well as engaging Cosmic Crucible battles using Cabal characters. That's way too big. Let's shrink that down a little. There we go. Okay, so your Iron Patriot, your Leader, or your Namor, as long as you've got them unlocked, you'll get some amount of points. And then obviously if you have them at 5, 6, or 7, you'll get more points. It's nice that they included Namor in here because pretty much everybody who's been playing for any amount of time should have them at 7 stars. So that's an easy amount of points. Keep in mind these points also do stack. So if you do have them at 7 stars. That's going to be 6, 9, 10, 12,000 points for playing one Cosmic Crucible battle. Unfortunately, these are limited to once only, so you only actually have to use them once in Cosmic Crucible over the next 6 days. So, I mean, they're a team that I use every single battle, so it would have been nice if we could have done this multiple times, but so be it. That's what I decided to cap it at. The aged adamantium orb fragments is a 1-for-1 ratio, but we don't know what the ratio is going to be for actually unlocking them on the campaign nodes. So we'll have to come back on Tuesday and find out exactly what that is. I'm really curious to know what the drops are going to be like for that. We can see that you have mission supplies, which are going to go towards the month-long milestone, as well as the mercenary contract, which isn't highlighted and is a weird location, but it is still there. Multiple gold and crimson gear if you can make it all the way down to the bottom on this one. If you don't have your Iron Patriot or your leader at 5, 6, 7 stars, this one might be pretty hard to make down lower on, but we'll just have to see how we can do. I think I've got leader at 5 stars and Iron Patriot only at 4, so I'll get a few extra points, but nothing crazy. They're catching on the players and hoarding energies between leaderboards. That bigger. Charts, okay. No, make about that size be good. All right, and the feeder event for that one is going to be the Adamantium Power Web milestone. For this one, you're going to want to spend power cores to advance through event milestones. And you can see that the power cores are unfortunately at a 1-to-1 ratio, which feels a little bit low, but so be it. It's going to last for 6 days. You do only need to spend 1,500 power cores over the course of 6 days. Now, that might sound like a lot, but generally speaking, you're going to spend 200 power cores every single day. So that's 1,200 right there. So you only need to spend a little bit more than your average spending habits, and you should be totally fine. I had a loud beep going on my computer during that. Did you guys hear that at all? Or I don't know if that's going to make it into the recording. Maybe I'll do it again just in case. I don't want that loud beep there. All right, for this one, you can see that the spending power cores is going to be at a 1-to-1 ratio, unfortunately. It does take 6 days to get through it all, and you only need 1,500 at the end of the 6 days, so it's actually not that bad. Now, if you spend 200 power cores daily like I do, that's going to be 1,200 points by the end of the week. So you only need to spend 300 additional points over the course of 6 days to max out this event. It is going to give you a significant amount of milestone points, which is really nice, as well as month-long points, but it's the aged adamantium cores that you're going to get. You're going to get 10 of those orbs to open up that could really help you towards getting the characters you need for the Old Man Logan trial coming out later this month. You did hear the chime? Okay, good. I'm glad I did it again. Okay, and then is this the quick rumble? Yeah, with Hive Mind. Okay. And the last thing we're taking a look at is just the quick rumble blitz. It's going to be the Hive Mind this time. We'll jump over here just so you can see it, but there's really... Wow, that was loud. We'll jump over here just so you can see it, but there's really nothing to talk about. It's just the quick rumble blitz, and Hive Mind is a relatively newer team, so you might not have them all at 7 stars, so it might take you a little bit longer than normal, but it should be totally fine. Hopefully you've at very least got them all unlocked. Oh, it's actually less points, too. Weird. Maybe it's more points at the bottom. I don't know. Whatever. All right, and that's it for the weekly blog. We don't have a hot topic this week because, quite frankly, there's not anything to be upset about this week. The raid changes all seem good. The events are doing just fine. I don't hear any really discourse in the community. Everybody seems to be pretty much on the same page with things. So if you made it this far in the video, please consider hitting that like button. You made it this far, you probably enjoyed it. Let me know by hitting that like button. And if you want to see more great content like this, please consider hitting subscribe. We recorded this live over at twitch.tv/TheMongoolie Show. So if you want to head over there and hit the follow button, we are live 3 times a week over there. My schedule is changing as we're going to be incorporating the movie show into that schedule. So Mondays and Saturdays, we'll be doing Marvel Strike Force, and Thursdays at 9 p.m. we'll be doing the movie show. So if you want to see any of that, make sure you go over there, hit that follow button, hit subscribe over here, or head over to my new movie channel on YouTube and hit subscribe there so you can follow along with that. Until next time, Commanders, I hope you have a fantastic week, and as always, good luck to you. All right. Edit that down later. We can turn Twitch things back on so Faust can go back to annoying me. There you go. Pretty sure they tuned the Black Hat Diamond event around people hoarding campaign energy. That's why the ratio is 6-to-1 instead of 8-to-1. I wish that on the non-leaderboard milestones, they would just sell shit they want to sell and make the rest free to play. It would always feel better when they do that instead of discussing offers as upper milestones. I mean, we've been saying for a long time now, the leaderboards are just an auction. Like, they're just selling... I don't know. Scopely's gonna Scopely, man. Scopely's gonna Scopely. Oh, right. We can turn the music back on, such as it is. My headphones die? Headphones died. There we go. What? Unlimited power! Wow, that shot hurt my feelings. Well, if I had any left. 32 years of what my wife said of wedded bliss left me drained. I mean, does that psychologically trick some people in buying it that wouldn't buy it if it was just an offer? Yeah, because it's probably a little bit of that FOMO kicking in. Like, you've only got so much time to get to the very bottom of the leaderboards, right? Or not the leaderboards, but the milestones. And realistically, unlimited power! Wouldn't it also be kind of a psychological trick?
The champ is here.
I have arrived.
Like, you can kind of say it going the both ways. Like, if they took the top 5 milestones off, made those an offer you had to buy, and then you maxed out the milestone at level 15, all that's really doing is letting you feel like you made it to the very, very bottom, but you're not getting necessarily any of the better rewards or anything. So go away. I don't know. I've kind of just gotten used to the fact that I'm only going to get to milestone 14 or 15. I liked it better when we get to milestone like 18 as a free-to-play engaged player, but Scopely's gonna Scopely. What is the team we use? Like Marvel Moms or something? Are they actually listed? Please tell me they have a tag. Marvel Moms, nice. 7 stars, 7 stars. Enough to make 2 teams. Good enough. Good enough. Yeah, Jubilee's got a little kid. Choro? No. He turns into a dragon during, you know, 10 of Swords. What is his name? Yeah, Jubilee's gone through some weird changes. She was a vampire for a little while. I think she's cured of that now. She's a mom of a little baby who, in other dimensions, turns into a dragon. It's X-Men are fucking weird, man. We might have already maxed this out, but whatever. All right. I did something the other day that might be brilliant or might be really stupid. Jury's still out. Could be both. It's an option. But for the longest time, I've been wanting to play Ocarina of Time again. That was probably one of my favorite video games of all time. Haven't played it in a very long time. And between Dr. Mario 64 and Ocarina of Time, I was like, man, I really want to get an N64 again. I recognize that I could play it as an emulator, I could play it on the Switch, but it doesn't interest me to play it on anything but the N64 controller. I know that sounds weird, and if you didn't grow up with the N64 controller, I could totally see you being like, that stupid thing? Shower. Wow, harsh. But for those of us who grew up with that, like, it's such a iconic controller. Stupid controller, but iconic controller. And so I ended up going out and picking up a Nintendo 64. It's right beside me here. I've got it hooked up. I mean, I could even stream it if I wanted to. But what I found is there is a cartridge on Amazon that has every single N64 game all on one cartridge. So I bought the system, but now because of that one cartridge, I don't have to buy any games for it, which, I mean, maybe I'm bragging about something that's semi-illegal, who knows, but I logged into Mario or Zelda last night just to see if it worked, and it seems to work just fine, and my brain is just like, oh, I cannot wait to jump back into Ocarina. I think that's gonna be a ton of fun. I have no idea if that's something like that I could stream and people would give a shit, but like, even if I just streamed and talked about other things while playing it, that would make me happy. So I know GoldenEye is definitely one that I want to try, although I'm positive that's one that will not hold up over time. I feel like some games will hold up significantly better than others, and I feel like GoldenEye is one that was amazing at the time and will probably be really hard to play now. You would be surprised what Nintendo may or may not care about, because they do sell some of those games as emulators on their own system, so I don't know, but I mean, my logic is if you can sell it on Amazon, it must be legal. Hopefully, fingers crossed. So, what for the I guess the older crowd out there, which is kind of harsh to say, what are some of your favorite N64 games or memories? I gotta say the WCW wrestling games, the ones made by THQ, were some of the most fun you could have outside of GoldenEye. I have memories of getting like 4 players in with that, and just like we'd go to town, just like wailing on each other. It was so fun. The controls on it were so smooth. Excuse me. Like, I know they made WWF ones, and I had one of the WWF games back then, and it just felt so robotic by comparison. Never played an N64. I mean, don't go back now. It won't mean anything to you, but you missed out back in the day, son. Finally done with dailies. Now it's time for war. Nice. I'm not going to do it right now. Don't get me wrong. We're playing Marvel Strike Force this morning. But theoretically, if I was to stream and play like some Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask or something, would anybody care? Because that's always the thing. Like, sometimes you just do other things for you, which I'm totally fine with. And sometimes you got to like, okay, what's actually going to have people show up and be engaged and entertained? It honestly might be one of those things where I just do for myself and be like, if I stream to 0 people or like my mom's watching or something, like, so be it. Thanks, mom. But like, I don't care. I just want to do it myself. Rogue Squadron was fantastic. Oh, Shadows of the Empire was good, like as the first Star Wars game that did that kind of thing. Because it had both first person or third person? Oh, was it? Anyways, it had both gunplay and flying ships. That was a good launch title. Mario Kart 64 and Dr. Mario, but the NES version. I like the NES version, but the 4 players on the N64 version is so much fun with friends. You just rain down viruses on them. Oh, it's a good time. All right, can we make it to the skill nodes where we can actually test out this Spider Society team? Oh, 100%. Cool. Did nothing. Thanks, guys. Thank you for the carry. where are we at? Still got to make it through Tech and Mutant. Wow. Bomberman 64 was fun, getting 4 players going on that one. Just I have like it was so N64 was like high school for me, right? Like it was like 96 to 2000, which is like perfect high school years. So like I always had friends around. We'd just play a ton of it. So like I've got fond memories of so many. Smash Brothers. I mean, I know it's been super outclassed now by games of Smash Brothers with like 500 characters or something ridiculous, but man, we had like 12 characters at the time and we were so happy with it. It was so good. Screw OT. War has 11 hours left. Fast one hips in Fortnite. Nice. All right. No, never mind. Got to go through Hive Mind first. I kind of want to shortcut it to the end, but no. We'll be good. 3 hours left. How are we doing on the leaderboard? 68%. We could push a little bit. We definitely want to hit 70 if we can. Yeah, we can spend a core. GoldenEye was such a good time. So I grew up in a small town. Only had so many. I'm not complaining about the amount of friends I had. I had really good friends. Don't get me wrong. I'm still friends with some of them to this day. But only had so many friends. So my pool of people to play against was small, is what I'm trying to get at. So I would play against my dad with GoldenEye, and I'd play against with my friends with GoldenEye, and I'm gonna say top tier. Maybe not the best, but like one of the better players, the people that I played with. So I thought I was good. And then I went and played with a guy in college who had that game dialed in on a level I didn't even know was possible. And it was like, oh, I'm okay. You are good. Like, he not only knew all the spawn locations, which is not that hard to know, but he knew the order you would spawn in, which I'd never paid attention to. Like, there was never even something I thought to think about, if that makes sense. Like, I never even put my brain to try and figure that out. So I would spawn, walk around, he'd find me, kill me, and because it took a little while for you to actually like fall down and the blood to flow down or whatever, by the time I came back to life, he was already waiting at the next location with a headshot lined up so that I would spawn, die, and then he'd run to the next location. So we played to like 20 kills or something, and it took him about 2 minutes because he just like, he knew the map perfectly, he knew the spawn locations perfectly. It was rough, to say the absolute least. It was not fun. I used to be top 2,000 ELO in Destiny 1. I loved Destiny 1. I think I played more Destiny 2, but I did like Destiny 1. Haven't touched that one in a long time. And kind of okay with it. It's also like a heavily addictive game. I just don't know that I've got the time in it to be any good now. I had a strike team for a little while that was pretty consistent. So like the three of us would jump on all the time, and it was so much fun. I'm not like, you went to the Lighthouse 93 times. I'm not good. Like we didn't do that by any stretch, but it was fun. And so when they stopped playing, it really killed my interest in the game. Because if you don't have an alliance, you don't have a strike team, you don't have raid partners, it just, I mean, I know they put in a looking for group whatever, but it's just not the same thing as playing with the same people you know daily. All right, what do we got for war? And what are we doing over here? Nice. Okay, we're losing by a little bit. Legion of Stark Interns. Nice name. Love it. Ooh, we're taking chunks out of the bridge. Is there any damage I can do there? Jeez. That might be my first 4 million team. That's probably my first 1 million tune. Holy frick. S37W. Gosh, damn. 7-star Black Knight. All right, I understand why progress has stopped here. I quit after they made snipers a heavy weapon in Destiny 2 and made it harder to have ammo. All right, here's some teams I can actually mess with. Hopefully. I don't think I've tried punching up this high with my Nowhere team, but we can try. See how that goes. And of course, I'm going to open up my handy dandy tool. And by handy dandy tool, I mean picture of counters. I was also at level 50 in Halo 3 back in the day. I don't even remember Halo having ranks. I played a lot of, oh, what was that one called? Not ODST. Reach. Halo Reach. That's the one I sunk a lot of time into. They had a game mode that was like more, I'm going to say more tactical. Like basically if you got a headshot in that game mode, it was an actual instant kill. And I was freaking monster in that game mode. I mean, I had a lot of fun in the game mode and I won a lot of times. I'm sure I was actual shit, but you know what I mean. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Funny, I feel like I just said that to you. Wasn't a fan of Reach. Get out of here. That one was the best. Grenade tagging in Gears of War. Gears of War is maybe one of my, well, was one of my favorite franchises. I don't know what it is. I could not get into 5. Everything just felt so samey. Like, oh man, I've done this so many times. I haven't even beaten the campaign for 5. And I loved the first, I mean, my water bottle. I don't have my keys on me, but on my keychain is the little Gears logo. Like, I'm a huge fan. Don't remember what we're doing here. Oh, these guys. Okay. Yeah, Gears of, like, honestly, I want to go back and finish the story for 5, but I feel like I need a partner for it. Like, I'm at one point where I don't even know what they're called, but those monsters that can like suck you up and like carry you off, and if you get carried off far enough, you just die. I'm trying to do that solo, and I can't kill it fast enough before it eats my partner. I'm just like, so frustrating. I mean, it's also been like 3 years since I played the game, whenever it came out. But I saw like Gears 2, 3, and even 4, I sunk a ton of time online on those ones. Even the Gears 1 remake, I spent a lot of time playing. Just an absolutely glorious franchise. I really like first-person, well, I like shooter games with stakes, which is kind of why I like Fortnite, because if you die, you're dead. There's none of this like Call of Duty bullshit where you die and you spawn back instantly and you're just like back in the fight just right away. I really like games like that where like Counter-Strike, Fortnite, Gears of War, like you get one life, make it count. That speaks to me so much more. Why are we on 2x? Oh, because I was recording. Fair enough. Oh, an ex-wife, the monster that sucks you up and you die. Yeah, they suck you up and carry off your stuff. Well, this one was carrying off my friend, so that actually works just as well for my ex. Not my ex, but you know, an ex. Comes in, sucks off your friend, leaves, you die. I understand the complaint with Fortnite that it's very cartoony. But outside of that, I really don't quite get why it gets hated on as much as it does in the gaming community. I don't know. I find that game to be a lot of fun if I'm playing with friends. When I play solo, significantly less fun. I'll give you that one. But if you've got friends playing online, that game's a ton of fun. Yeah, I don't think we're punching up on this one. Unless Nova's going to carry this pretty much by himself. I guess we did take out 2 of the members. Maybe Nova can... We'll see. I mean, so far they haven't even hit him, so... I I think Coulson's going to be the most annoying because he's the one that's going to keep bringing in little dudes. Oh, that was wrong. I should have gone for somebody else so we get the actual... Well, so be it. Okay, Coulson down. Now we'll go for Ronan. Alright, so yeah, maybe Nova can just carry this. Go, buddy. You got this. I'm not entirely sure that I knew that Korg would revive multiple times. And he's out again. Didn't do anything. Sucked up some hits. I'll take it. Beauty! Go Nova. I'll take that. Take that all day. All right. Sorry, I totally spaced out there. I was thinking about something else. Debating if I should do what Mos Def said and make that like little brief commercial so I don't have to repeat myself over and over and over again. Because I've got about an hour till Run gets here, so I could make that. I could even edit it super quickly because I could probably do it in like basically one take. Assign that to a hot button, then be good to go. This is getting a little high. I'm not sure. I think my team should be on the hell end of this. Here's hoping. Where is it? Here we go. Oh, yeah, we're good. Well, hopefully. Excuse me. Let's go for you, because you're the lowest. Maybe we can just get rid of you quickly. We don't really want to piss off Spider-Man if we don't have to. There you go, one down. Nobody has death proof. It's fine. Two down. How many people were around out of curiosity? How many people here were around on Thursday with Cleaning Agent hanging out? Did you enjoy the format of the show? Any thoughts? I think what we're gonna do is pretty much the same today, but with Run 7. So we'll just go over movies, TV shows, things like that we've been watching recently. You might hear me repeat myself a little bit as I am curious to get Run's take on some things. I do have like the tiniest bit of like movie news stuff that's been going on recently, just kind of run that past him. And then we're still kind of working on what like the main topic per se is going to be of the show. Oh, excuse me. So maybe it'll be like rewatching franchises. Like we'll every month we'll just kind of go through like maybe Indiana Jones or Rocky or who knows what, right? Go through the franchise, talk about that. Maybe we'll go through a like massive list, like the AFI top 100, something like that. I don't know. Kind of leave it open to whatever we decide and what people want to see. Also, like, the show has been called Mongoli's Movie Show because I have literally zero creativity when it comes to naming things. So if anybody's got a better name or a variation of that name, I'm all ears. What do we do into you? Interesting. Oh, there we go. That's an option. We'll take that. Oh, it does have a Sam on there. I don't think that matters at all, but good to know. All right. I had that the show last week that came out, the one, I don't know what I'm going to call it, the Crucible Roundup, essentially, where I was doing like the rodeo announcer. Didn't get it that many views, but it seems like everybody who did view it enjoyed it, or at least all the feedback that I heard back from it was very positive. People definitely saying I should do it again, and I definitely plan on it. I actually picked up a denim shirt to make it look a little bit more authentic, as well as a cowboy hat that actually fits a little bit better for the prop store, so hopefully that'll work out well. But then, as it turns out, if they do an update in the game, it wipes all those replays. So I had nothing, like, I didn't realize that, and when I went back to actually go record a couple of the fights, they weren't there anymore. So it's like, frick. So expect for that to return, but unfortunately it will not be returning this week. I will next week probably do the fights and then try and record them like right away, just so that I know I've got them. And hopefully that'll give me some content to go forward. Now, that being said, if anybody out there has any of their fights that are saved from Crucible, it doesn't even have to be this week. If you just have an interesting fight and you want to send that to me on Discord or something, I will definitely take a look at that. And if I can come up with what I think would be interesting content or enough of the fights or something, then I'll definitely give that a go, because I would love to make that a weekly thing. I just don't have any content, sadly. Can we punch up into X-Men on this one? You'd also review Cosmic Crucible attacks. But I don't... Oh, from other... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if somebody can send me the video, for sure. I mean, I can record their stream, I guess. But I'd want it to be a pretty clear video. I don't want to have a bunch of stuff in the background. But like all of my... Let's go back. Let's go where I actually am. There we go. Like the replays aren't there at all, right? Now, if there are people putting videos out on YouTube that are clean, like they don't have, you know, the other commentator, or like I've got like this stupid background around everything with like chat and whatnot. Let me see if I got a good one from last week. Awesome, man. That'd be amazing. If you do, I mean, I think you're in my Discord. If you aren't, then by all means, come say hi. And if you are, then send me a message. Discord. And might as well throw this out there as well. This is the YouTube, the movie channel for YouTube. So if anybody out there does want to go hit that subscribe button on the movie channel, if they're interested, that would be amazing. I would greatly appreciate that. Last I checked, I think we're coming in on 50, which is such a low number, but I mean, whatever. Got to start somewhere, right? 48. Sitting at 48. We can get 2 more today. That'd be pretty exciting. Oop. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. Maybe? I wonder what that looks like. All right, so let's go you and you. And then you 3. That's a pretty significant punch up. I don't know if I like that, but I am kind of curious. He's going to taunt, so I want him far away from everybody important. And we can take the revives away. Flip some of their buffs. Yeah, we're trying it. Whatever. We can always buy another attack. She gonna try and give her the slows if we can. Give to a bunch of them. Love it. And let's get rid of some of the revives. Don't want her doing her thing multiple turns if we can help it. Are we likely to kill anybody on 1 hit? Kill 2 people on 1 hit. All right, well, that got rid of a lot of the revives. Okay. So this is a pretty massive punch up that's going very well. I mean, in fairness, they haven't attacked back yet, so there's that, but still. I'd love it if we could get rid of her revive before we kill her, but I don't know if that's going to happen at this point. He's still got his taunt on him, so we need to get rid of the taunt first and then have Greg take a turn. Okay, good. So there goes his taunt. Come on, Greg. Take a turn. Take a turn right now. Not quite. Not quite, Greg. Still not really what I'm looking for here. There we go. Okay. There goes her revive. Now we go hard on her. Beauty. All right, this one's over. Although in fairness, Hela's got 1,000 undying, but or whatever that's called, but still. Not a ton of life, unfortunately. Beautiful. What do we got? 1018. Oh. All right, Run just said that he's almost ready. About 15 more minutes. We can even start early if you like. So we shall see. All right, we got... What's this that Juicy's sending us?
Welcome in YouTube, it's Juicy. We're going against Gigabytes. I think he's a member of the Gulag Gang. I'm pretty sure he did sex already on their stream. I didn't get a chance to see it, but I hope he did well. Excited to go against them.
I'm gonna start recording and go.
I did lose to Dave.
Where is full screen?
NW Rockets. Sadly, and so.
Where's the actual fight?
Due to the fact that I played the other guy.
Cabal, Epoch Doom, Pegasus versus.
So
You're saying
him, but I still got a decent match.
950. There we go. For the record, Juicy, I mean, obviously you sent this to me, so I'm going to assume, but you are okay if I take this, edit you out of it, and record this as part of the show? Like, just clarifying that is potentially my intention, or at least I'm going to see if that's something I can do. I recognize that you, by sending this to me, you're pretty much saying yes to that, but I'd rather just be 100% on Front Street. I know I'm definitely not going to try and do anything live because that will end poorly. All right, so we got, is that Spider-Man over there? Spangled Web with MOE versus Externals or Extreme. Feel free to use any of your videos. Appreciate it. The ratio is a little weird, but I think we can work with that. We can probably fix that out.
Come on, Kang.
So you play on your phone and then broadcast at the screen. I think that actually makes the game look better than LD Player or whatever it is, BlueStacks. Like the quality of the graphics on the screen actually look better than what I record, but it also keeps the game from crashing. We haven't had too many issues with BlueStacks crashing recently, but there was a little while there where it was rough.
Don't kill Kang, don't kill.
Oh, no, Kang's bad. I mean, you did preface this by saying that it goes south, but that hurts.
Damn it.
This is room 1.
Ability blocks on the... That was stupid. Anyway.
All right, stop recording that. Did you mention it at the beginning?
Yeah. That tape. I think I could have played that a little cleaner. I think the next time I do that attack, I will. It will be much cleaner.
Room 4. Okay.
Okay. Let's go Masters of Evil.
I appreciate that, Juicy. Thank you very much. I will see what I can do with that. Music. So it sounds like Run's gonna be joining us momentarily. I'm gonna run to the washroom really quickly before that happens. So, unfortunately, I only have the one ad, so enjoy. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Mongooly Show. If this is your first time here, let me introduce myself. My name is Dan. You can call me Mongooly. We do a lot of fun things on this channel. We play a lot of Marvel Strike Force, probably way too much if I'm being honest, but it is the bread and butter of the channel. However, we do also like to touch on things like new games coming out on the PlayStation 5 or the Xbox, even some Steam. We do once in a while go back and play some retro gaming, which is a lot of fun. We even talk about movies, TV shows, things coming out. Once I even went outside and touched grass.
Nope.
We usually hang out on Saturday mornings and a couple other times throughout the week as my schedule allows. Hit that follow button so you know when we're going live so that you can come hang out, but don't take my word for it. Here's what some other great content creators have to say about the Mongooly Show.
Mongooly is rapidly becoming one of my favorite new content creators in Marvel Strike Force.
Who the f is Mongooly?
I'm sorry, what did you say? Mongoli? Who's Mongoli?
Mangoli. Mangolui.
Mobley? Monaguli? Shut up!
Mowgli. Let's see, Mongooly Show. Oh, that's not, yeah, he's not a sponsored streamer.
Mongooly, turns out, is not Red Guardian.
The Monaguli.
It turns out Mongooly's just Mongooly.
Have you guys seen the Mongooly Show? If not, go and check him out.
What kind of name is Mongoli?
It's an O. The Monogooly Show. Show some support to the Mongoliolulio show.
Can you shout out Mongu, whatever that guy's name is?
Anyways, hit that follow button so that you never miss an episode so you know when we go live. That'd be greatly appreciated. Or head over to youtube.com/themongooly show. Hit subscribe over there so you can see some back episodes as well as event videos, stuff like that coming out in the future. If you do see me live, make sure you say hello. It is greatly appreciated. And as always, everybody, good luck to you.
Mongooly.
Oh, sorry. Cut off Benny at the end there. All right. One of the things I want to check really quickly is I'm only getting messages at the moment from Twitch. I don't know if there's anybody on YouTube or anything watching at the moment. Does it necessarily look like it? But technically we're streaming right now to Facebook, Kick, Twitch, and YouTube. Obviously my biggest audience being on Twitch. But I'm just curious. I kind of want to send myself a message on Facebook and just make sure that it is showing up in my software. Breaking stuff. Boop. There we go. Cannot play video. Hello, me. Send. The question is, will that show up? Hey, it did show up. First time chatter from Restream Bot. Interesting. Okay, so that's good. At least I know that it will work if somebody does decide to hang out. What does that look like on screen? Cool. All right. I'm live now. Join when you can. Oh, I guess I should actually go to the thing where he can join me. That would make sense. Alerts. Yeah, there it is. Oop. start the virtual camera. And just do this just so that he has something to look at and talk to. There we go. And we will share screen. Maybe I will. I don't know if I need to send him a one every single time. I think it just works, but just to be safe. All right, and we'll switch this over to both of us, and then I should see what... Nope, no, wrong. Switch this over to both of us. Both? There we go. There, and then I should be able to see when he joins. Beauty. Where's there? Okay. All right, what do we run into this? Dark Quickhold. Looks like they also want us to use Undying. Not an option. Nope. Nope. Yes. No. Okay, so the only option we've got of the list that they want us to use is Underworld. So let's try that. Our Underworld is relatively built, but not... sorry. Parts of our Underworld are built. I don't know if that's going to do it. That's a pretty massive punch-up. I've never tried this fight, though, and I'm always down for trying new fights. So I kind of want to go into it anyways, even though I imagine it will go poorly. Basically, we need to survive long enough for King Ping. How big is... God, I hate it when I blank on something. What is TM? Taskmaster. Duh. Okay. Taskmaster's not terribly big. He's the next one that I need to work on. Taskmaster's only 200. Oh, he's maybe we just work on him now. We got Penny built up. Because like these two are both gear tier 18, so they're the heavyweights. Yeah, that's good. If he's big, it'll be easy. I like it being easy. I'm not really sure what it is about Underworld. I know Kingpin's on there, and I'm a big fan of his, but other than that, I don't know what it is. But I just like the team quite a bit. Oh, wait. Where's this? Let's grab this and put it here. There. All right, roster. Underworld. How big does he need to be? Can we stop at 90? Do we have to go to 95? Looks like 16 might be as high as he's going either way. Fair point. War isn't my favorite game mode, but I want to be competent at it because my alliance requires it. So that's not an answer. I recognize that. Really? I've been pretty much relying on Kingpin bringing goons in, and then what's his name? Nobu putting everything on counter, and then we just like the clapback is so ridiculous.
Howdy.
Good day, sir. How are you?
Pretty good. You can hear me clear?
I can hear you just fine. Audience, can you hear him? Let's jump over here. I'm gonna.
So Video Ninja, this is a new experience for me hooking up this way.
That's not quite true. You did this when we did the game show.
Oh, I didn't know it? Really?
I believe so.
I don't remember doing this at all, ever.
So the thing I really... Well, here, let me just get you in. So there's guest... okay, so it's a little unfortunate that I need to redo this every time, but for the most part, the thing that I like about it is once I set up a scene, or once I set you up on Discord, then I can jump around to different scenes and it should just bring you around every time.
Okay.
So here you are in your little apocalyptic zone, and then if I bring like both of us in, it'll just kind of move you around if I want to do a reaction shot.
That's amazing. This is so much better than the Discord one.
Exactly, right? Like I hate Discord for this, because everything just, you have to adjust everything every time you want to do something. I actually have it set up where I'm also going to be recording vertically for different platforms. And so I've got it set up on OBS so that when I switch things, it actually changes the vertical scene as well. So you can see my OBS at the moment, right?
Yeah, I can see everything now. Which is great. I love that. So I can learn and watch. Oh, look at that. You get the vertical on the right. That's cool.
Right? So I can, like, if it's just me talking, if it's just you talking.
So what is chat seeing right now? When you switch to that Just Dan one, what's chat seeing? Do they see the vertical or do they see the main screen, the 19:9 ratio?
They are only seeing the main screen.
Okay, so they're seeing it in 16:9. Okay.
Yeah. So far, chat's not saying anything about you. I'm hoping chat can hear you. Oh,
I don't know. I can turn Twitch on and listen. Yeah, well, I might as well. You know, I didn't buy these things for nothing.
Fair. I'm going to turn you down just a little bit. Because you're loud in my ears, but at the end of the day, it's more what they hear than what I hear, but...
Absolutely.
Also don't want to have a headache by the end of it. I can't remember if I was talking to you or somebody else. The headphones that I recently purchased, super comfortable, absolutely love them, except for because they're wireless and everything goes through Wavelink, I can't, like the little knob on them that adjusts volume does nothing. So I have to adjust volume through Wavelink, but then it's a matter of like, well, am I adjusting what everybody can hear or what's going on there?
Yeah, we were talking about your headphones last time, I think.
Yeah, okay. Couldn't remember if it was you or someone else.
Yeah, the Twitch sounds pretty good to me. I was over there watching the Twitch feed. It sounds pretty good.
Excellent.
If anything, I'm coming in a little hotter than you, but not by much. I think it's fine.
Bring you down just a little bit, but should be okay.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that looks good. You're hitting at 15. That's fine.
Okay. Okay, I'm really slow on OBS. Like, there's a massive delay all of a sudden, which is not great.
What, like a drop in frames or something?
Well, it's my drop frames was sitting at 0. My kilobytes per second is pretty high, which is good. Like everything seems like it should be good. I'm moving and it's looking
a little jerky
on my end.
Yeah, I see that. Like in the test window in the bottom right. I don't know if that's where it's at on your screen, but you do look a little jumpy there.
Okay, if it's just me, that looks totally fine. And then I go to both.
Because I seem to be coming in pretty smooth. It's not too bad.
Okay, it's a little bit better. That's not so bad. All right, I'm gonna move you, or move this to the main screen if we're gonna be talking. So you caught a little bit of the Thursday show with Cleaning Agent.
Like 5 minutes of coherent thought worth. Yeah, I was trying to hang in there, and I was watching a little bit when you guys were talking about everything, everywhere, all at once, and how you don't like trailers spoiling the movie for you. And I was very much in agreement.
Nice. What the fuck? I lost you visually, or not visually, audibly. I see you still. I can see you talking, but I somehow lost all sound. All right, I'm going to close the games and see if that just fixes a little bit of anything. Exit LT player. Oh, we lost run entirely. Hide that. Music should be fine. We'll see if he joins us again. Didn't touch anything. I can still hear and see you fine. Weird. If you can still hear me, Run, can you try jumping back in again? Because it looks like you are no longer in Video Ninja. Jump out and come back. Okay. Yeah, it's a little choppy even just with me. Let's move over here to the actual thing. Just go to just me. I mean, that's the tiniest bit choppy when it's just me, but it's really not that bad. No, it's actually pretty good when it's just me. We go to both of us. Again, that's fine. Man, I love having these technical issues on live. That's so much fun.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
You can hear me? Okay.
Yep.
That's a start. Can you see me?
I can see you in the little window. I just need to bring you over into the big window. So give me half a second.
Did you get the flaming chair from Lori?
I sure did.
Yep.
Yeah, Cleaning Agent had a big green screen for half the time, and I'm like, this is stupid. I can fix this.
I've been using that flaming chair, and I saw Cleaning Agent, and I'm like, oh man, he's even sitting in my chair. I'm not gonna lie, I was super jealous that I wasn't on Thursday with you guys. I wanted to jump in, like I was like, I should jump in, and my wife's like, you can't open your eyes. You're not going live.
Yeah, I somebody in chat, I was like, I can't get a hold of Run. Like, he said he'd be here, and like, as we got closer and closer and closer to the 9 o'clock mark, and there's just like, you're not responding to texts. On Discord, it said that you were playing Fallout 76, and I'm just like, he's just in game mode. He's just not.
No, I fell asleep playing Fallout 76, and I had an alarm set and everything, and I slept right through it. And my wife came in, and she's like, "Hey, Elder's messaging, and he says that you're supposed to be doing something with Mongoolie." And I'm like, yeah, it's cool. I've got an alarm set, and she's like, "Well, it's almost 8 o'clock." Like, oh shoot. And then I was trying to, I really, like, I thought it was like 5 in the afternoon, and I'm trying to get up and get myself ready, and she's like, you can't go live. Look at you, you're a mess.
Yeah. Well, it was unfortunate to miss you, but the show was actually pretty fun. I had a good time, so I can't complain too hard.
Well, Cleaning Agent knows his stuff when it comes to movies. He's a pro.
And he's just so much fun to hang out with.
Absolutely.
Like, we could have talked about literally anything, and I would have had a good time. So,
yeah,
no complaints there.
Speaking of which, you guys were talking about trailers and spoiling the movie for you. One of the best examples of not knowing what I was getting into was, I think it's like 5,000 Miles to Graceland with, not Harrison Ford. The guy from Waterworld. Why is he slipping my mind?
Kevin Costner?
Kevin Costner, thank you. Yeah, Kevin Costner. And I went into that thinking that was going to be some sort of mild action adventure / romance, kind of like a man coming to terms with his old age or something like that. I really didn't know. And then you get like Ice-T swinging upside down, shooting a machine gun in every direction, which, by the way, that is so over the top ridiculous. You'd never hit anything upside down spinning. You'd be a target for your enemy. But it was just to showcase how intense the action scenes were, like explosions and all sorts of crazy stuff. It was actually a really cool film. Just like the intro with the scorpions battling as you came into it, I was like, oh wow, it kind of like woke me up. Turned out to be a really fun movie, even though it was a little ridiculous. And that was nice, not knowing what I was getting into. And the same thing with Everything Everywhere All at Once. Had no idea. It's just Netflix kept pushing that to the top of my recommendations list. I don't know why I don't listen to Netflix more often. They know me really well. And I've always been impressed with their recommendations. I've always gone in and watched them. Every once in a while, they'll recommend something that's foreign and dubbed over or in subtitles, and I usually don't enjoy that so much. But otherwise, it's great.
Yeah, I walked into, so I'd heard from quite a few podcasts I listened to about Everything Everywhere. I'm still freaking choppy. Okay, sorry.
Did you want to call an audible and try it on Discord? See if that makes a difference?
So the weird part is, like, I know it wasn't I've been recording with video for a while and it's not usually an issue. If I go back to myself, it seems to catch up.
Right.
Like that seems to do okay, and then I go back to us.
I wonder if it's recording at a higher frame rate, but just displaying it at a lower frame rate. Have you tried doing a test recording and seeing what that looks like?
I have not.
You might give that a shot. A lot of times they do that to save CPU usage.
Well, so on Video Ninja, it's saying CPU overloaded. I mean, maybe I'll just turn.
I'm just too much.
Apparently. Let's close down the game entirely, because I don't think I had the game running in the background. Oh no, I definitely did have the game running in the background when I was talking to Cleaning Agent. Didn't touch anything. Still getting anything. Everything looks great on stream to me. Okay, well, if it looks okay for other people, I'll just get used to the fact that I look weird, but so be it.
I think you look okay, within reason anyway. It's a little pixelated, but I think that just might be that I'm viewing what you're viewing kind of thing. Picture.
Sure. That's totally fair. Okay, I'm gonna change the title because I just started something else. Special Saturday edition of the movie show with Run 7 #movies. Cool. All right. Update that. We'll jump over to just chatting just for the sake of it. And then we can get started if you're cool with that. Well, actually, no, I want to talk to you a little bit about everything first, and then we'll get started. Just chatting. Boom. Done. Cool. Hey, Vral, how you doing? We're all used to how Mongooly looks. Okay. So we've talked a little bit about this and what we want to kind of have going on. Pretty much the format that I was doing with Cleaning Agent is what I'm looking to replicate with you, assuming, again, you're okay with that and it makes sense, which would be essentially... Did Run Sound just come out? No, I think he's just not talking. Never mind, Run Sound cut out. Fuck me. Yeah, Run, if you can hear me, I'm so sorry. Can I get you to try Video Ninja one last time? The CPU overloaded has gone away because I closed down the other game. See if that works. If it doesn't, we'll do Discord. If it does, fantastic. I'm so sorry. Thank you for all for pointing that out. I appreciate you. Nothing like technical difficulties live on air. All right. Run is back.
Can you hear me?
I certainly can.
Okay.
Okay, copied the link. Switch over. Copy voice. Boop. All right, we have run back. Hilariously, the other day, just super quickly, has nothing to do with anything. As I was saying, Cleaning Agent had a green screen that he was working with, and we were like, oh, we should put something in the background. It's like, I know just the thing. And just as I was giving him the demonic chair to sit in, Gideon signed in, said hello, and started following me on Twitch. And like, I'm sure you've seen his video where he's like pretty heavily against all the demonic stuff and whatnot. It was just like the timing of that. He's like, hey, great show. Love to see you guys together. Demonic chair. It's like beauty. All right, so I'm not getting the CPU overloaded anymore alert, so I'm going to take that as a win. We can hear run, so that's good. Okay, sorry, as I was saying, or starting to say, one of the things I want to... Sorry, I'm going to mess with you just a little bit here. I wonder if I can... Oh, no, you just do sit lower. Can I... Trying to get our eye line somewhat lined up, and I think I'm about as zoomed out as I can get, so
I can
you're good.
Back up or something. That helps. Like this.
I mean,
that's terrible. That's terrible. I'll be too far away from the keyboard. If I need to do anything, I'll look stupid.
Fair enough. I think you look fine.
Dumber, I guess.
I mean, I could also zoom in. I'd have to pan the camera down a little bit. I think we're good here.
Yeah.
Anyways, okay, so the general format that I want to be doing is we'll start off by going over a couple of the movies, TV shows, stuff like that we've seen recently. I don't want to burn through my entire list because I don't watch things as quickly as I used to. So in 2 weeks when we come back together, I want to still have something to talk about. Move on. I've got a couple of movie news things that I thought were kind of mildly interesting. I'll just run those past you, see what you think. And then we were talking about having a main section at the end, or a main topic, which we haven't super discussed. I think we were going to discuss that live and just kind of like, what do we want to do going forward? I think we both liked the idea of having kind of like a book club style thing where we like either would give a recommendation to each other or have like a guaranteed movie of like, okay, next time we're here, we're going to talk about X, give the audience a chance to like give them 2 weeks to watch whatever we decide. And then we can come back and be like, all right, now everybody's here. We can discuss whatever that was that we wanted to discuss. Does that all sound good to you?
Sounds good. I'm switching monitors, so I'm facing you this time.
No worries. I flipped my monitor actually, so all of my stuff is over here. So I flipped my screen, so every time I look over there, I'm actually looking in your direction. So, okay. I can do an intro solo, so we'll probably just jump right in. Where is my handy dandy list? Now you saw a little bit of the show earlier, and for anybody who was here on Thursday with Cleaning Agent, I'm going to be repeating myself a little bit, but I do want to talk to Run about some of these things. So, actually, you know what? We talked about this off air. My name's Dan. This is Brian over here. It's just going to be so much easier to call him Brian than Run 7 every single time, especially if we're doing this long term, which I'm hoping we will be. It's going to be weird to call you Brian because I've never done that, but you know, we'll get used to it. How are you doing, sir? What have you been up to recently?
Mowing my lawn, much to my own detriment. So for those who didn't know, I'm doing this late because I had to cancel the first time because I was a mess. It's allergy season, and I got a little carried away with the antihistamines. But I'm doing great today. I'm super excited to be here, and I can't wait to dive into this topic with you. Something different because you and I, we met working on Marvel Strike Force.
Yep.
And I'm so excited to be doing anything other than Marvel Strike Force right now. So this is fantastic.
Yeah, I feel much the same way. This is actually the first thing that I tried to do. I started YouTube doing Marvel Strike Force, but when I started doing live streams, I started doing the movie show last summer. And I had a friend who said, yeah, absolutely, let's do this together. And then like every week he bailed on me like right before the show would go live. And it was just, I'd never streamed by myself at that point. I didn't really have the confidence to do it. And so it was like, every time it was that last minute, like, do I go solo or do I bail? And I ended up bailing constantly. So the show just ended up dying. Did end up streaming with Marvel Strike Force, built up that confidence knowing that I can talk about nothing to by myself for an hour. And so now I'm really excited to be bringing this back. And I love that I'm bringing this back with you, with special guests and such. So I think this is going to be a ton of fun. And honestly, even if the audience isn't there, it's going to be just fun to hang out. And fuck me, I think we just dropped you again. Yep. All right. Discord it is. Cool. That's so weird because we did that with Cleaning Agent with no issues. I'm not blaming anyone or anything. It's just the way life is. It's so weird that I can still see you. So be it. Run 7 starting to call. Join the call. Hello, sir. How are you doing? Fantastic. Go for round 3. All right. So we're going to, I guess, window capture. God, I hate this. Yep. All right, so I'm gonna put you over on this screen. I'm gonna make you as big as I can. I'm gonna go okay, and then we're just gonna start cropping. And then we move you down a bunch till you're too far. But wait. Where am I? There we go. All right. That's about as good as we're going to get. Right. I always forget that part. I'm going to share that screen, go live, and then where'd you go? Okay, so you can see me. Vid. Okay, let's change that up. That's a fair point. All right. You are, I want to change the audio just the tiniest bit. You're coming in pretty hot on that. Can you talk for a second? Well, longer than that. Just keep doing that. Sorry.
Any effort into either? Oh wow, now I'm getting feedback from you.
Yeah. Well, I can hear you just fine, but the numbers on stream aren't going up. Yeah, no audio on run. Perfect. There we go. Cool.
Scopely and do what everybody else does.
Yeah.
And I'm getting that feedback again.
Yep, I'm working on it.
Did you want me to keep talking?
It's helpful, unfortunately.
Okay. All right.
Are you
Well,
still getting
let's see.
feedback, or is it still bad?
I'm still hearing myself. I don't know if I can change that on my end, maybe.
Can the audience here run?
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, they're saying they can hear you, so that's
Okay.
step one. Good.
Now we just got to get that loop coming back in my ear.
Yeah. So
Maybe I wonder if that's coming through 2 audio sources on my end. Oops, that's not it. Testing 1, 2, 3. No.
Yeah, Hotep, we'll fix that in a second. I want to get the audio. I know how to fix the video. I want to get the audio perfect, and then we'll have them back.
Yeah, I don't think I can take care of it on my end. That's gonna have to be you. Because I'm just, it's coming through the feed from your end. Okay, so what did we do yesterday? Feedback Friday, and we script.
I was gonna say, like, I didn't do a hot topic because it was like, well, you can hear me, like, we can hear each other, but I don't think the audience can hear you at the moment. Yeah, exactly. Sounds good for me too. Admittedly, this also sounds good for me, but then you're gonna get feedback.
Oh, am I gonna get feedback now? Yep.
Okay, so let's try.
Test.
You're not watching me on Twitch or something stupid, right?
No.
Like, you're not getting feedback from that?
I'm gonna double check, but no, I'm not.
Did you close Video Ninja?
I closed Video Ninja. Everything's closed except for Discord and Canva that I'm working in.
So I've got Discord. I've got my mic in as my mic. My output is voice chat. And then on the voice chat, it's not going to my ears. It's just going to the stream. And it's only showing
Discord,
up in...
on Discord, your output is voice chat?
Yeah. Wavelink voice chat.
Let me figure out where I'm supposed to be. Oh, for crying out loud. So I have my input as my Elgato mic and my output as Wavelink system.
Okay, that's what I
Wavelink
did
system.
have. I changed it from system to voice chat. My stream mix is no additional output device. What do you have that set as? Because, like, if I do that, assuming you say
Okay, so OBS has.
Are you?
Oh
getting
god, it's so hard
feedback
hearing
right now?
myself. Yeah, I'm hearing myself.
Okay. I don't even have that as an option. All of my options are speakers or my headphones. Like, I've got Wavelink as an option in my OBS, but I don't have an option for it in the Elgato Wavelink. Like, it just is going there. Yep. Mine's the exact same. Yep. Exact same. So, because the problem is, like, I can get my audience to hear you just fine. The problem is going to be you hearing you. That's the problem. So how do we stop you from hearing you while still having the audience hear you? Here. Yeah, that's fair. Let me see if I can share a different... Let me see if I can show you my OBS. And just kind of... I'm not as familiar with Discord as I need to be. Stop watching. Yeah. How do I even change what screen you're looking at? Do I have to stop streaming and stream again? Okay. So, like, my music is pretty much turned down because we're not really worried about that right now. You're coming through on system at the moment. Yeah, so I've got it turned off to everybody else because otherwise that's how you get ridiculous feedback, but I have it on for me so that I can hear you. So if I change that, then I still hear you through the monitoring system. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I have... Oh,
Testing. I'm still hearing myself.
1 second.
Oh, wow. You go into individual voice channels. Holy crap. You're high tech.
Well, except it doesn't work, so...
What
if we turn the monitor off?
Test. Yeah! There we go. I don't hear nothing.
One second.
Are you good?
Talk to me.
I can kind of hear myself in the background, but it's so distant, it's fine. I can work with that. So I can barely hear myself at all.
And audience, can you... I realize probably everybody has left now, and I don't blame any one of you, but...
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. I mean, I can still hear myself, but it's really faint in the background. I think I'm coming through on the headphones mix rather than the stream mix.
They're saying you're a bit loud, but I'll take that because I can... If you can hear you and you don't hear you, I can adjust your volume.
It looks like I'm peaking on the wavelink dial there on the far right. You could bring that down until it's -15. There, that's probably going to be a little better. And then I need to get off of this window because I'm hearing your music pretty loud. Let's try that.
Stop streaming that and I'll start streaming.
Okay. Let's see, testing 1, 2, 3, testing. Okay, I don't hear myself at all anymore. This is so from my perspective, everything's great. I see you, I hear not me, and I hear you just fine.
All right, that was annoying, and I apologize to all three of you that are still there.
We'll blame it on video ninja, whatever that was.
I want it to work so badly. I'm sorry that it didn't.
I know, that would have been nice.
Okay. Checking that everybody can hear me just fine. Everybody can hear Run. You should be able to see both of us. Everything should be good at this point. Run, it super helps if you talk during that.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, everything's good on my end, I hope.
Runs volume about twice yours, but it looks and sounds is there. Okay. we
5,
can change that.
4, 3, 2, 1. How's that? We get it adjusted right? Testing 1 2, testing 1 2.
Well, my microphone is up to the top. Theoretically, I should be louder than you, but
There's something that's boosting the decibels on some filter somewhere, and it's bringing me up through the roof, I guess.
yeah, I just took you down to about half of what the stream can hear. So
Okay.
here's hoping that sounds okay.
You can do a test recording too. It's probably a good idea before we hit record on the whole thing.
That is a
That way
great call.
you know what's coming through. I hate when I go back to the recording and for some reason nothing went through to that.
I did that with Duelim one time where I recorded a hot topic with him, and then I went back and it just had the tiniest echo on his voice, but I didn't hear it at all live, and it was just like, oh, okay. Run, this is not live. I mean, recording it just for the voice page. We could just tell us like a little bit about yourself for 10 seconds.
I'm really vain. I think about myself more than any human has a right to. I spend way too much time in the bathroom, like way too much time. It's mostly sitting and not even accomplishing any tasks other than playing on my phone. I just lock the door, keep myself in there so my kids will leave me alone, really.
Sounds about right. Okay, no, that's good enough. That's good enough. I'm gonna
Okay.
go back and listen. Your microphone, for no good reason, sounds worse on Discord than it did on Video Ninja.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But if that's just me, then I will just so be it and move on with life.
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Because like I listen to you on like even when you're streaming, you sound significantly better than you are right now. But again, if that's just me that's hearing it like that, then Salavi.
Well, it could be. Yeah, my microphone's going through the Elgato, and I don't have any filters on. No, it shouldn't be going through because those are both closed. I have no idea. I have no idea why you're not hearing a good clean version of my voice because it should be pretty filtered.
Okay, give me 1 second.
To that.
I did that with Duelim one time where I recorded a hot topic with him, and then I went back and it just had the tiniest echo on his voice. But this is not live. I mean, recording it just for the voice page. We could just.
I'm really vain. I think about myself more than any human has a right to. I spend way too much time in the bathroom, like way too much time. It's most.
Okay, no, that sounds okay to me.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
Turn you just up the tiniest bit. I got you about 50%. All right, I think that's about as good as we're gonna get.
Okay.
So now if I okay, so that's just me. Just guess is nothing. So I'm just gonna fix that super quickly. I'm just gonna throw you up as a source so that if you do say something interesting, we can put you on as yourself.
How do you spell utopia? Utopia? Utopia.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds right. Shut that down and grab Windows Capture. We're just gonna go full screen with you. What are you using Utopia for?
I'm screwing around on Midjourney bot. I typed in a Marvel superhero utopian city because I can't think of anything else for a background for my latest stream recycle, which we basically talked about scripting and we bitched about what Scopely's been doing, and that was kind of it. So there wasn't like a character or anything. Oh, there's some cool pictures that came out though. That's nice. God, I love this bot. It's amazing.
All right. Ready for round 5?
Sounds great. Let's do it. Actually, before we get started, I'm going to go use the bathroom now because I've been drinking coffee for about a half hour. So
Fantastic.
I'm going to go use the bathroom so we don't get interrupted. I'll be right back.
No worries at all. All right. Where can I put this screen that won't be problematic? probably right there. That way I can still see the chat, still see what's going on, still talk to Run. Everything should be fantastic. Thank you all so much for sticking through that horrendous ordeal. I do apologize. We are going to get started very, very shortly. And one of the things that I wanted to talk about is for the movie show, what I'm going to be doing is having actual trivia throughout the game show, or throughout the show itself. So every time you click in to the trivia show, or the movie show, sorry, not the regular Marvel Strike Force content that we do. So Thursday nights at 9 p.m. or like today, if we have to do it on a Saturday for some reason, what we're going to be doing is, I'm going to be giving, instead of having the trivia game show, which I'm not getting very many people volunteering to sign up for, what I'm going to do is just do trivia questions to the audience while we're live. Now, you can answer those questions in the chat. The first person is going to get, I think I said 5 points. Oh, I won't have access to Discord. Cool. Give me 1 second.
It's too damn hot for the blazer.
That's fine. We're casual here. All right, so throughout the day, I'm going to give out a couple of questions. The first person to respond in chat is going to get 5 points. The second person to respond is going to get 2 points. So you can respond from any of the platforms that you're currently watching on. That's totally fine. I will keep a tally of those people who respond for those points for the day, announce a winner at the end of the day. But if you are currently subscribed to me on Twitch, or I'm going to sign up for Patreon, if you sign up on Patreon, I will actually keep a running tally of your score. And then in October, when we do the anniversary bash, I will announce winners, and we'll actually have cash prizes for people who have the highest score going forward. If you want to be on the game show and we can get you on the game show, that'll be worth additional points. All of this is written out on the Discord, by the way. So if you want to hit !Discard, head down there, sign up. You can find out all of the information you need to over there. The cash prizes, I'm going to say currently are going to be $100 this is all in US, by the way. I know that I'm Canadian, but you know, most of my audience is American. The cash prizes will be $100 for first place, $50 for second, and $25 for third. That is the minimum cash prize. So if this does really well and I can bump those prizes up, I absolutely will. But worst case scenario, that's the minimum you can expect. So if you want to participate in that, you can do so right now during this game show. I'll have a couple of questions, or I keep saying game show. During this show, we'll have a couple of questions. And if you want to be part of the leaderboard towards the anniversary bash, you do need to subscribe either here or on Patreon when I get that. Other than that, we'll just jump into the show here with Mr. Run7. Hello, Brian. How are you doing? I keep calling you Run7, but I want to get used to calling you Brian.
That's okay. We'll get back to it. It's kind of new for me. I've been doing Run7 for 5 years, so throwing out my real name is unusual for me, but I kind of like it. Keep it professional here, realistic.
I was thinking keep it casual. Like, it'll be a whole lot easier to be Dan and Brian than, you know, Mongolian.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
Mongolia's 3 syllables doesn't roll off the tongue all that well, I'm sure.
So this is our first run. Are we recording live right now?
We are live, and now we're recording.
All right. So this is our first time doing the show, and we've got tons and tons of ideas, and we haven't really narrowed it down to exactly our format. Are we just going to kind of wiggle through it today?
So I feel like we've got 2/3 of the format down, and then we'll have to figure out what we want to do for the third half. So whatever. So to start off, what we're going to do is just sort of talk about stuff that we have been watching or doing recently, whether that be, you know, movies, TV shows, even if you want to throw out a video game or something that you've been really clamoring over. We'll have that all be up for the first little bit. After that, if there's any news topics that are interesting, we'll throw that up there. I'll ask your opinions on some things. And then the third half, my goodness, the third segment of the show, we can kind of discuss today what we want to do going forward and figure that out from there. Does that sound good to you?
Sounds great.
Fantastic. So you are obviously sitting in a little dystopian background back there. You said you've seen Fallout. You're caught up. You're good to go.
Yes, I have watched the entirety of Fallout. I want to go back and watch it again because, one, I'm a huge Bethesda fan. I really enjoy all of their games, even Starfield. And Fallout is my favorite of all their titles. Of course, Fallout New Vegas being the best, and that's not a Bethesda title, I know. But yeah, I really enjoy Fallout. And so when the show came out and I saw the trailer, I got goosebumps and I couldn't wait to go watch it. I kept checking the calendar to make sure. And as soon as that thing aired, man, I binged through a bunch of it. Was incredibly impressed with the show. Now, I've heard a lot of people complain about the show, and almost all of those complaints are coming from people that never played the game. And they just didn't quite get it. But if you're a fan of the game and you play the game, I think there is so much to enjoy in that show.
I would agree. I've also played 3, New Vegas, 4. I didn't finish 4, but whatever. Didn't play the first couple, but I'm familiar with the world enough, and I really enjoyed the show. I'm a little surprised to hear those complaints, though. I would have thought that because, like, the way the Fallout world works is it's always the same world, but it's never the same location, it's never the same characters. So I thought this would have done a really good job of bringing in new people in basically the same way that you can walk into any one of the Fallout games. You don't need to know the history, and you're good to go. So I'm surprised to hear that complaint. That's a little unfortunate. I haven't heard that one specifically. I know there's certain questions that the show doesn't really answer, but it didn't really answer those questions whether you've played the games or not, right? Like there's certain things in the show where you're just like, you kind of have to extrapolate the information.
Well, and there's some questions that the show does answer that I was really blown away. I was like, wow, they kind of like made some canon with the show. I don't want to give it away if you haven't seen the show, but toward the later episodes, when they do some of the reveals, you're like, wow, that really paints a broader picture of what's been going on in that whole universe. I really enjoyed it. So I think it was great. I think the characters, the 3 main characters that they follow give you a wide perspective. In the games, you've always been able to play as a good guy or a bad guy or somewhere in between. It's always been that karma balance in there. And so Lucy being the really good person, the ghoul being the really bad person, and then you've got Maximus who kind of stumbles his way in between the 2 points. And I think that's fantastic. Like you said, these are new, fresh characters. And so you can come in not knowing anything about the games and learn a ton about it. In fact, the numbers on Twitch for people watching Fallout games just skyrocketed when that show came out. Got me back to playing Fallout 76 and probably going back to Fallout 4 because I hear there's an update coming that's going to radically change that.
Oh, okay. As I said, I never finished Fallout 4, and I have never felt the desire to go back to it as strong as I have in the last couple of weeks after finishing the show. I thought about like, oh, this would be a great time to stream it. And then I looked at it and I was like, nope, everybody had that exact idea. Never mind.
Right. Well, I mean, that's not such a bad thing. There's, it's just that, you know, when you come in as a smaller streamer or a first-time streamer to cover a big title like that, you're just way down on the Twitch ranking. Like, they got to scroll a long ways to get to your thumbnail. And so that's kind of unfortunate, but it doesn't matter. There's still a lot of people who probably want to see that game, and you've probably got like a lot of viewers who also are into Fallout. And if you told them, hey, I'm going to be playing Fallout 4 and finding out what that ending finally is, I bet you'd still get a lot of people come and check it out.
Maybe. I don't own the game anymore. I'd have to go back and pick it up. Now, you actually brought up a really good point. I did not think of that, but you're right. You do have the good character, the bad character, and the kind of in-between kind of meandering character. And like, as soon as you said it, I was like, that's brilliant. Like, that's absolutely right. You're dead on. But watching the show, it never struck me as like, oh, this is the morally challenged character. This is the always has to do the right thing character. Like, they just felt like real characters in this world. They did such a good job of bringing them up naturally that I never stumbled upon that. But as soon as you mentioned, like, you're absolutely right. That's absolutely brilliant on their part.
Right. And the the evil character isn't just a bad guy.
Yeah.
Like, as you learn about his history and everything, you understand why he's so angry at everyone and wants to kind of watch the world burn. You start to kind of figure that out, and it all makes sense. So it's good scripting, in my opinion. I thought it was excellent.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that one. Even to the point where, like, I think I struggle to even call them Easter eggs in the show, although I'm sure that's what you would describe them as. But the production quality on the show was just so high that even though you're in a totally new place in the world or part of America, and obviously I've never been to that super duper mart. As soon as you went inside that mart, I'm like, oh, I've been there. I haven't, but I have. You know what I mean? Like, it was really weird where you're not treading over the same areas that you've actually been in, but at the same time, it's very familiar ground.
Yeah, I was really impressed with the power armor suits. They could have looked really stupid. They could have looked really bad, or they could have kind of redesigned them entirely. But instead, they were able to make them look exactly like they are in the game. And with the added sound effects and the time that they took in training the actors how to walk in those suits, it sold it. I felt like that was a badass suit of armor that could take you to the next level, that you could fight a Yao Guai in one of those suits. Like, it looked cool. It didn't look like some sort of styrofoam rubber suit. some sort of cheap production. And I think that was a tough needle to thread for them. So that plus the props, the plot, like everything. As a fan of the game, I just have absolutely no complaints with that show. I don't think I could even think of anything they could have done better for that show other than give me more episodes.
Yeah, for sure. It did take me. Okay, so I watched the first episode is broken up into 3 parts, right? So you introduce yourself to the 3 main characters. I watched the Lucy one, which is the very first one, at a friend's house at like 1:30 in the morning or something. It was like, okay, I've got to go home. I still have like a 40-minute drive to get home. And I got home and I was honestly seriously tempted to continue watching that first episode at like 3 in the morning or whatever it ended up being. Didn't, thankfully. But after watching the first episode, I didn't feel that like, oh my goodness, I have to watch the next episode. Like I loved it. It was really well made, but it took probably 2 or 3 episodes to really suck me in and be like, okay, now I need to, like, this is now what I'm doing on a Saturday, as opposed to like, oh, I'll just watch it when I get time kind of a thing. Were you drawn in right away?
I was actually kind of the opposite. So the Lucy sequence in the beginning, I was like a little bit hesitant. Like, where is this going? Like, I was very interested in it because she was like explaining her skill set, and I was like, okay, this is the character tree. You're building your character. This is what skills she's good at and everything. And it was like a nod to RPG character building in general. And I was like, okay, so it's interesting, but I don't really know where it's going. And it's all inside the vault, and it's all from her perspective. And it seemed a little weird. And then when they brought in the other characters and you start seeing the world through their eyes, I'm like, oh, I get it. We're going to get 3 distinct perspectives on the world. And then that range of view really brought me into it, and I could not wait to see more. But just seeing it from Lucy's perspective at first, I was a little bit hesitant. And then later, I mean, she turns out to be a reluctant badass. Yeah. She doesn't know how cool and powerful she really is because she's been born in a vault. But she's actually got the skills to get stuff done, and she turns into a real badass character by the end of the show.
Yeah. Well, they had like a little not a training montage, but they sort of showed you what her day looks like, and it included like close combat and stuff like that. So like, okay, yeah, they're actually preparing for this. That's actually really smart.
And she's treating it like it's PE class, you know? It really, she's ready to take stuff down, you know?
She was so subtly funny throughout the show. Like, just if these like throwaway little lines that just like, I can't remember exactly what it is, but like, well, even the very beginning, like, okay, you know, fooling around with your cousin's fine, but eventually you have to get married and be serious or whatnot. You're just like just the casualness that she brought things out like that. That inhibits
some of the weird dialogue in the game, especially from like Fallout New Vegas had some of the best dialogue ever. And they incorporate that weird, zany dialogue where they just say stuff that's so outlandish that was really incorporated with the people in the vault. But then when her personality comes in contact with some of the Wastelanders, then you see that clash of personality, and both of them are saying weird things and doing really weird things. So you see both sides of that world right there.
Yeah. Are you good to move on?
Absolutely. What else have you been watching?
I have been absolutely loving X-Men 97. Are you watching this at all?
Oh, absolutely. Fantastic. Every time one of those episodes airs, I'm first in line to get to consume that. That's so just blast from my childhood.
Now, we didn't discuss this ahead of time. We probably should have, so I'm going to throw it out now. Where are we landing on spoilers on this show? Are we just like give thing a week, give thing a year? Like, at what point are we just going to start talking about stuff? I don't have like a little thing on screen that can just say spoilers to warn people when they jump in, but
I'm thinking we try and stay 1 week ahead of spoilers. So like if you give the audience 1 week to see what we've been talking about. After that, sorry, I've got too much to say about stuff and I don't want to tie my hands behind my back.
For sure. Okay, so we will not discuss this week's episode, but we can discuss everything up to last week's episode. Okay. Yeah. So the half episode that was Motendo or whatever that was, the Mojo universe, was okay, but not very compelling. With that exception, I have loved everything this show has done so far. I think it has been absolutely phenomenal. My pseudo complaint would be they're going a little fast. Like, I kind of wish that it'd be like 14 episodes and we get to experience some of these things for a little bit longer, specifically the Genosha episode. Yeah. I kind of wish we had an episode of just Genosha, maybe a mild conflict, maybe setting things up, and then have the fall of Genosha. The fact that was all one episode was a little rushed for me, but I still thoroughly enjoyed it. and I actually went, like, I watched the first 4 episodes, whatever Genosha was. Is that 4 or 5? Watched up to there, and then I was like, okay, kids, you have to watch this with me. And they're like, we don't care about X-Men. I'm like, shut up, sit down, watch this. And they're like, they're so invested now. They're like,
education.
well, there's certain times where like they'll be on board on something, and other times they're like, I know you'll like this. You just need to give it a shot. And they do. They are all in now. So they've been really enjoying it. So, but the unfortunate part of that is it does mean that I need to wait a little while. So I can't be first in line when it comes out. I have to give it like a day because my kids usually sleep over at my parents' house on Wednesday nights. And up until now I was streaming on Wednesday nights. So now we need to change that schedule around a little bit. But it's such a good show. I'm looking forward to it every single week. And there's only 1 episode left.
There's only 1 left?
There's only 1 left.
You just broke my heart, man. You're right. I do feel like they packed a little too much into each episode. There was so much to digest in those. The slow one was probably the one with Storm. It felt slow, but yet I didn't get enough information on what was going on.
Okay.
Because of course it covered Xavier and Storm, and there was a lot of just, if you didn't know their history, their past background, and how they got there, you were a little bit lost. And then, yes, Genosha. That, like, they just kind of show you the island, and then things happen, and I was like, I would have kind of liked to walk through a little bit and see what's going on in Genosha and how that is. So now that you mentioned that was something I would have preferred a few more episodes, giving some more of those background and details. But you didn't like the Jubilee episode, the Motendo?
Motendo, it was fine. It just...
It's a standalone episode.
It was the weakest episode of it. It didn't push the plot forward in any way. Like, it was just kind of there. I did think it was kind of cool. Okay, so the actress who played Jubilee back in the 90s didn't want to return because she said, no, Jubilee is a character of Asian descent. You should get an Asian actress to play her. But she did return for that episode as older Jubilee. So I thought that was a kind of a cool way to bring that character back. And they've done that quite a bit with the show, where they are bringing in the original voice actors where they can, replacing them where they have to. But still kind of giving people cameos, worst case scenario. So I thought that's really cool that they brought her in for that. But the episode overall, I watched it twice, watched it by myself and with the kids, and both times I was just like, it's okay. Like, it was more of an Easter egg fest than it was a fun episode.
So here's my thinking behind that episode. I think they needed to showcase Jubilee as an Omega level mutant and give you a hint that this is to come. I think they needed to let the audience know that in today's world of X-Men, she's way more powerful than she was back in 1997. And I think they wanted to like give a hint to that, give a nod to that. I think that's what that episode was about. I could be wrong though.
Like, I know in recent comic books, she's been a vampire. She's got a kid. The kid can turn into a dragon. Like, her character's gone in weird places. Is she actually an Omega level mutant?
That's what I hear, is that she's actually an Omega level mutant with what she can release with her little fireworks. Instead of just sparklies, she actually can really take stuff down.
I mean, in fairness, she did do some pretty impressive things as the older Jubilee in that episode, but she's also a fictional character inside of a video game. So we'll see if she can actually manifest those powers in reality.
So I think the Jubilee episode may have been useful. Otherwise, I think it was just a fun, just introducing Sunspot and I don't know, just kind of giving a nod to the old Jubilee, I guess, with a cameo appearance.
They did a really good job with Sunspot's character, where they're kind of giving him an actual arc of wanting to ignore that he is a mutant, accepting that he's a mutant, and then turning on humanity. Oh, well, I guess that is about spoiler. Sorry, but they're giving him a nice character arc for the season, and I'm really here for it. I'm not a big fan of the. I don't want to say I'm not a big fan of the character. I don't know the character from the comics all that well, so this is kind of my first introduction to him. I knew that he existed, but I couldn't tell you anything about him, and I'm liking where they're going with his character. It does feel like they're trying to fit in a lot of the 90s crossover events all into one season so that we can kind of get to a certain place and move forward into the early 2000s, maybe.
Some of those earlier episodes was a lot of, hey, it was unfortunate that they did this, but at the same time, they kind of had to. Otherwise, they would have had to make a lot more episodes. But they kind of brought in a character, gave a really kind of cheesy breakdown of this is their name, this is their code name, and this is their ability set. and then the story would continue again. And I felt them doing that for a lot of the characters in the first couple of episodes. And I remember saying, if they keep doing this throughout the season, I'm going to be pissed. But they kind of had to for the main set of characters, and then they moved away from that, thankfully. And I guess they kind of had to, you know, they had to catch people up because not everybody is a 40-year-old man-child like me who remembers that, and they need to understand who they are. So it was a necessary evil. I wish they could have done a better job with the script of explaining where those characters were from, but that's a good way to do it quickly if you have to.
Yeah. Now, we did see the death of Gambit, unfortunately. I think that was done incredibly well, and I like that they haven't rewound that or taken that back or tried to bring him back in any way. I kind of want the show to have the stakes and know that, like, oh, people actually can die.
I hate when no one ever dies. I hate that. I want to know, you know, I want George R.R. Martin level of anybody could go.
Yeah.
And that, it raises the stakes. It makes it intense. And then you really don't know what's going to happen when they constantly bring characters back to life, or, you know, if they clone Gambit and bring him back, I'm going to be really pissed.
I would agree. I don't want to see him come back in that way, but they've introduced both Bishop and Cable in multiple episodes so far this season. So we know time travel's around. We know it's possible. I don't want them to go back and erase Genosha, but at the same time, when you've got time travel on the table, why on earth wouldn't you?
Well, didn't they? No, and this was the most recent episode, so it's a little bit of a spoiler here if you don't want to catch this, but I don't think it's giving too much away here. But I thought there was a line of dialogue with Cable where he says he's been trying to stop Genosha, but every time he does, the timeline like interferes and pulls him away, and he's unable to change it. Because they even ask him, they're like, "Why didn't you stop Genosha?" And he's like, "I tried."
You know what?
And
honestly, as you were saying that, I was like, "Oh yeah, you're right. They did address that." And we even see him in the Genoshan episode showing up and getting sucked back against his will. So like they showed us that, they told us that, and I still forgot and asked the question anyways. So oh well.
All right. So what else you been watching? Where'd my list go?
All right. So.
Here.
As I was mentioning to you and the chat earlier, I do want to start introducing trivia for the show throughout the episodes. So if you're cool with it, I'm just going to throw out a random question. First person to answer it in chat will get 5 points. Second person will get 2 points. I'll write that down. We can kind of move on, and then we'll move on to the next one after that. And if you're curious what I'm talking about, you can find all the information in my Discord. Just hit !Discard and go find it in there. So Run, don't answer this. Even if you have an answer, feel free to save it. You can write it down, and once we have an official answer, we can go from there.
Aced out of the prizes here. If I knew I was up for this, I wouldn't have signed up for the job, man.
Well, I mean, it's the first episode. You can back out. Please don't. Please don't.
No. Go ahead. I'm curious how this is going to play out.
All right. Released in 1973, what is the first horror movie to be nominated for a Best Picture Oscar? And we'll just kind of leave that open for chat. We can keep talking now that the question's out there. Once they start responding, we can just sort of address that. But unless I've just
there's a dozen nerds rapidly typing on their keyboard right now, going 1973 horror films.
Well, and that's what I was figuring is like, there's nothing to stop people from Googling it, but I'm hoping that what will happen is people who know the answer will be faster than people who can look it up on Google. So worst case scenario,
I have no idea. That one's catching me way out of left field. I don't know.
All right, what else have I been watching? I have been watching... I'm on the wrong document.
So I've got the one that we'll probably brush over this pretty quick, but I wanted to include a wide variety of things because I do have kids and I have to watch shows and movies with them from time to time, and I kind of want to like warn parents away from Wish.
Oh, okay.
I watched Wish on Disney, and they kind of pushed the soundtrack to this like it was going to be something special. And I watched the show, and I kind of felt like had decent production value, good voice acting and everything. The dialogue was okay, but the overall script was really blasé and boring, and it kind of meandered around. I didn't really know where it was going. And the worst part about this, the second worst, but the first part is it wasn't really entertaining for adults. It just didn't have anything for me. My kids were even kind of bored with it, unfortunately. But I think the worst part about it is that there was some some sequences that pointed out who the bad guy was so early in the movie that I thought maybe they were doing like a Lego Movie 2 thing where they make you think that they're the bad guy, but then at the end you realize that they're just being silly and that's not the bad guy at all. Okay. I thought that's how it had to be because it was so blatant in your face. And it turned out, no, that is the bad guy. There's no question about it. It was just a very predictable script. And I thought that they had the opportunity to make something unique with that film, and they kind of missed it. And it just really didn't do much for me. So I wasted 2 hours of my time on Wish, and my kids weren't even happy with it too. So a big production for Disney, apparently, because at least on my algorithm, I'm getting lots of ads for it. And so we're like, okay, let's watch it. I think this was like 2 out of 5 stars for me.
Fair. I didn't hear good things about it, and my youngest saw it, I think, with my parents, so I was kind of okay with that. It's on Disney now. She did enjoy it, at least well enough that she does bring it up every now and then. So I'm certain it'll happen at some point for me. Yeah, I'm not running out to see this one. It's just, if it happens, it happens, but so be it.
It's got some value. Your kids might enjoy it. It's definitely nothing you're going to be talking about over the water cooler with your friends at work. It's yeah, I was a little sad. I was hoping because it looked like it had some good production value. I thought maybe this would be a good story, but it just really kind of fell flat for me.
That's too bad. Well, thank you for saving me 2 hours.
Yeah.
I will say that's not a bad segue into this Thursday on the movie show. We're going to have my brother Jonathan on, and we're going to be doing our top 5 animated Disney movies. Wish is not going to make the list because I've never seen it, but who knows what his top 5 will look like. So tune in then if you want to check that out. And just to clean it up, I will say, yes, where was it? Steven, I believe. Yes, Steven, it is The Exorcist, so you get 5 points. Vral said that was his guess as well, so you get 2 points, and we'll do another question in a little bit. I have nothing to add to Wish because I've not seen it, and it sounds like you're pretty cold on it, so I think we can move on.
Yeah. I was just more of a warning, I guess, than anything, but it's one of the things that I watched this week, so.
Nice. Now, one of the things that I watched recently, and I mean, this is so current and relevant, I'm just keeping up with all the things. I watched James Cameron's Abyss from 1989 for the first time. Have you ever seen this one?
Okay, please tell me you watched the director's cut.
No, sure didn't.
Oh no. Okay, well the good news is you get to watch the director's cut and see an entirely different movie.
So that's okay. So I James Cameron brought out a couple of 4Ks recently, and I've wanted to see The Abyss for like 25 years. So I was like, when I saw that at Walmart, I was like, done. I'm picking that up. I picked up Aliens 2. Well, Aliens, I guess. I was going to say Aliens 2, but Aliens.
That's okay. Everybody makes a mistake.
True Lies. All 3 of those were brought out in 4K, and I was like, yep, done. Picked up all 3. So I just got around to it, and I put it in, and it just started the movie. So there was never an option to watch something else. So I was just like, okay. And I just sat and watched it, and I enjoyed it until the very, very ending. I don't know if the director's cut changes the ending. I mean, I'm not being cagey with spoilers for a 35-year-old movie. We'll get there. But the actual ending I thought was a little bit weird, and I didn't really care for that, and we can discuss that in a second. Then when the movie ended, it went back to the main menu, and I saw there was an option for theatrical and directors. Now, clearly, I'd watched the theatrical because that was the one that was highlighted. But I was like, oh, I didn't even know there was a second option on here. Googled it, and like unanimously, director's cut is the one to watch. I'm like,
yeah.
So I wasn't about to sit and watch that again right away.
I think it's actually good that you watch the theatrical version first, because you're going to be blown away by how different the director's cut makes the movie. You go from this movie that's about people trying to make contact with underwater aliens and not accidentally blow them up, to a global spanning just theme of world destruction, where the aliens actually are holding the humans in the palm of their hands saying, stop acting like children or we're going to delete you.
Oh,
and
wow.
It was such a different movie when you see the broader picture that's happening on land in the rest of the world, because there's just these global things that are occurring where humans are being their worst, and the aliens are tired of seeing that. Or, I say aliens, they're not actually aliens because they're underwater or whatever, but they kind of look like aliens, you know.
We'll go with aliens.
So they make contact, and the aliens have some questions for us, you know? And that brings into effect Bud's relationship with his wife, or ex-wife, sort of, whatever.
Yeah.
And so when they're communicating on his fall to the Abyss, the aliens are receiving that transmission, and it gives them a different insight into what humanity is capable of, and it kind of puts the brakes on the situation. But there's still a lot that they have to, that Bud has to explain for and communicate. So there's a bigger scene with him talking with the aliens, and it's just a whole nother movie, and it makes it incredible. There were some of those one-line dialogue things where they solve some pretty horrible problems, like, they raise them up out of the water without decompressing them. And there's like one line where he says, "They must have done something to us." And that was it. And you're like, okay, well, at least they mentioned it, I guess.
As I said, I had some issues with the end of the movie, and that was definitely one of them where they just raise up, you're like, oh, they must have done something. Like, oh, cool.
Yeah, okay.
Which, I mean, I guess you wouldn't know what happened, but it still was just like, that's such a cop-out nothing answer.
Yeah.
That sounds like a really different movie. I'm actually super curious to go back and listen to more of that now. Or watch more.
Yeah, the Abyss theatrical version, it's a good movie. The Abyss director's cut probably makes my top 20 list.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's it definitely makes my top 20 list. I just really enjoyed that film. I mean, for its day, the special effects were bar none.
Even honestly, even watching it now, like, it wasn't groundbreaking, but it wasn't bad. Like, I had no complaints. It was just like, this sounds weird. It was almost like a TV sci-fi versus like a movie sci-fi, but that's still for 1989. That's still high praise.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I was really happy to crash that one off my bucket list. Now I need to put it back on so I can watch the director's cut.
Yeah, you'll just be like, wow, this is such a bigger scope with the director's cut. I don't know why they trimmed it down the way they did. I mean, it's only like maybe a half hour of footage, maybe 45 minutes at the most. I don't remember.
I think it
seems like it's only about a half hour of footage where they just show you what else is going on in the world.
Yeah. Okay, so that's obviously a super old movie. Significantly more recently, I've also seen Weird, which is the Weird Al Yankovic. I'm going to say biopic, but I definitely don't mean it. Have you heard anything about this one? You're giving me kind of a blank look.
No, I used to be a big Weird Al fan back in the day when I was a little kid. Watched all of his music videos and stuff and really had a good laugh. But I think there was a Weird Al Yankovic a long time ago movie that was... and I saw that was okay, but I don't know about it, because isn't this supposed to be like a kind of like a mockumentary or something like that? I don't know. I haven't seen it. I don't know. So tell me all about it. I'm kind of curious.
So it's Daniel Radcliffe, who I am absolutely loving in a post Harry Potter world, because he is pretty much rich enough that he's like, I can just do this for the love of it, and I can make whatever I want at this point. Like, he doesn't have to try and make successful movies. He can just make fun movies. And it's a biopic, but it's definitely not based in reality. And you learn that very quickly watching the movie, which I was mildly disappointed with at first, because it was like, oh, this is so random. There's no way this is actually what happened in real life. But also, it's Weird Al. Like, it's kind of 100% on brand, and it's kind of ridiculous and out there. So I really enjoyed it. I was watching with my family. We all really enjoyed it. There was a thunderstorm happening. The power went out. And I have to assume there's like 5, maybe 10 minutes left at most. Power came back on relatively quickly. We're like, all right, let's try and finish it. Power went off again within like 30 seconds. And we're just like, you know what? I don't want to damage my television, so we're just going to not. So we haven't gone back to finish it yet. So I can't tell you how it ends. But if you like silly humor, like I'm not a big Weird Al fan at the moment, but you're right. Like, when I was a kid, I definitely used to watch a lot of his videos and stuff like that. I laughed quite a bit. I wish I would have walked into it knowing that it is a slapstick movie and not a biopic movie. But once I got on board with that, I was very okay with it, and I really did enjoy what I saw. It for some of his major hits, like for instance when he did, I think, Fat instead of Bad by Michael Jackson. In the movie, he wrote Fat because he's like, I'm sick of copying other people's work. I'm just going to make my own work and bring this out. And then, like, the day that it releases, Michael Jackson released Bad. So it wasn't a copy of his music, but everybody's going to think that it is. And so he gets, like, goes down this dark spiral of, like, who is this Michael Jackson idiot? He's not even a famous, like, he's going to ride my coattails to success. And it's just like, what?
Oh, God.
It's very, very silly, but it's fun.
That could be fun. Yeah.
I think I picked it up on DVD. I'm still a huge fan of physical media. I think the only place to get it is is like Peacock or one of those services that like nobody has. So
Right.
it might be
Except
hard to
for me.
find, but oh, there you
Yeah.
go. If you've got it, I recommend it. At least give it a shot. If you get like 20 minutes in and you're like, this is not for me, it's not going to get better. It's going to get worse.
Okay, well, I will give it 20 minutes for sure then and check it out. Yeah, I have like every streaming service except for, I don't think I have the full version of Hulu. I have the Hulu version off of Disney Plus.
Okay.
That's really frustrating because they keep advertising the Predator Prey movie, the newest one with the girl, the Indian girl.
Yep.
And I've seen it and I love the movie and I want to watch it again. And they keep advertising that it's available on Hulu through Disney, but it's not actually. It's just on the advertisement tiles. It's really frustrating to me because I don't have the full version of Hulu, and I want to see that movie again. And so I have like literally everything. I have access to everything. I don't have it. I share passwords like everybody else in this world.
Yeah.
And Hulu is the only one I don't have in full. So. So I'll check out Weird Al Yankovic, or at least I'll give it 20 minutes. I don't know if you've sold me on the whole movie, but I can at least give it a look.
That's totally fair. I think the way Disney Plus works in Canada is we do have Hulu. Like, I think that both those are connected up here. I don't know why it's not the same down there. So we definitely have Prey on Disney because I've seen that movie multiple times. I absolutely love it. It's
Really?
silly, but it's really good.
Yeah, we have like a limited selection of Hulu stuff through Disney, and it's really frustrating because it's like I'll see a tile and I'm like, oh sweet, and then I go into Disney and switch over to the Hulu section of stuff, specifically search it out, it's not there, and then like I'll Google it and I'll be like, yeah, it's only limited release in certain countries or the full version. It makes me mad.
Steven is pointing out, do you have Disney Plus set up to show adult content? Because maybe
that's something I should check and make sure. I don't know. With my kids, probably, because I'm a terrible parent, but but I'll have to check that out and make sure.
I mean, I watch my twins are 12 at this point. We watched Prey with them. I don't know.
Okay,
I'm right there with you as a not winning parent of the year or anything, but they enjoyed it. I had them close their eyes during the buffalo scene because that's pretty graphic and doesn't add anything to the movie. But other than that, they really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I watched that. What was that dragon movie, Damsel? I watched that with my kids, and my wife is like, "You're never doing that again." My kids loved it.
My kids loved that one. Is there anything? I don't remember anything being all that horrendous.
They burn people alive, that sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, I think that reluctant parents would not let their kids watch that. But my kids, I don't know. My kids are way older than their actual age.
Yeah. So my twins are 12, and I'm less concerned with them hearing bad language because they're going to hear that from me and from at school. Or even violence necessarily, but we try and keep them pretty PG when it comes to like sexual content. Like that's our big one. We're like, no, let's just skip this scene or move on or whatnot. But as far as like a dragon burning somebody alive,
my kids don't want to see the kissing scenes anyways. They're fast forward, Dad. We don't want to see this.
Nice.
I'm like, they're adding romance. It's not like they're taking their clothes off or anything. It's just developing character relations here, kids.
Yeah. We started watching House again with the twins, and they're all in on it. But I forgot how incredibly thirsty that show can be at times. You're just like, fast forward that.
They need like a sexual skip button on a remote that gives you exactly like the average sex scene time, which is probably about 15 to 20 seconds, and it just bleeps right over it.
That's my app. Never mind.
I know where you were going with that.
Can you see the chat just out of curiosity? Are you watching that at all?
No, I don't have a Twitch up, so I'm not watching. Why are they asking me questions?
They are not, but I just figured in case somebody does say something, I'll make sure that I do read that aloud so you can see.
Okay, I'll bring it up here in a second.
There's nothing happening that you have to see. I just wanted to know, just going forward, if that was something you were paying attention to. As I said, I've got quite a few things that I could talk about. But yeah, go ahead, go for it.
I've got 2 more shows on my list. So these are, I tried to get a real wide range because I like watching anything. Okay. Like I can literally watch any kind of show and enjoy it. I have my favorites. I'm really big into science fiction. I used to like horror, not so much anymore. But I can watch anything. And so I got a wide variety of my 4 picks to check out. So my guilty pleasure that with my wife, we watch reality game shows all the time. Love is Blind, Love on the Spectrum.
Oh no.
there was The Trust just came out. But our number one absolute favorite reality game show has got to be The Circle. This is one of my favorite shows to watch, hands down. I enjoy the strategy that these people come into, trying to win the game, the social aspect. I can learn from what these people are saying to each other and apply that to my daily life, because we communicate online as a society a lot now. And you can see how people, so for those of you who don't know what The Circle is, it's a group of people who live in an apartment for a couple of weeks, and they go in and they communicate to each other via text message. And it's a popularity contest. Every day you vote for your favorite, and so you make alliances with people and you strategize and you lie to people, and you can play yourself or you can play as a catfish. So you've got these, 40-year-old big dudes who are playing as these beautiful blondes, and you've got all sorts of people who are pretending to be gay or pretending to be straight or whatever, and they're all trying to be the most popular, have the most friends, be the most well-liked, and get the highest rating at the end of each day so that they can be an influencer, which gives them power to help vote off people or not get voted off themselves. So every week you vote somebody off. It doesn't necessarily have to be the lowest ranked person.
Yeah.
Like the producers are always throwing a wrench in there, but it's a really interesting show to see how people communicate with each other via text message, and sometimes their photographs and their portfolios and their profile pictures and stuff. Very interesting, that social dynamic. I love watching that show. Just finished up the newest season. I think it's like season 6. And I love it when a catfish wins, because it just shows that you don't know who you're communicating with. Great show, lots of fun, fantastic. Really liked season 6 because they brought in an AI to play as one of the people, and no one had any idea that the AI was an AI. Like they even said, one of the players is an artificial intelligence. And man, they started pointing fingers, but everybody they pointed a finger at had a pulse. No one ever suspected who the AI really was.
Cool.
And
so AI can pass the Turing test now. That's terrible.
It was amazing. Like I was kind of sad because the AI leaves the show a little early, in my opinion. Doesn't even get voted out. They just kind of did it for a couple of days, and then they're like, this one's the AI, and he leaves. And I'm like, what? Let him play, man. He had a fool. This is great.
I don't want to see the show where the AI wins.
I kind of do, because at the end it would have been crazy because these people had no clue. So anyway, if you like psychology, if you like strategy games, I think that The Circle's a really good one. It's a lot of fun. They usually have some really bright personalities. Lots of people you can relate to. Lots of people you hate and want to see lose. I think it's a great show, a great way to spend your time.
Now, can I clarify something there? You mentioned they're all living in an apartment together, but they're communicating by text, so they not have any direct communication with each other? They
do not see each other in person until the finale, when the final 5 get to go and sit at a table and learn who is a catfish, who is being real. And they start discussing their strategies in person. And it's just the final 5, in fact. Well, they'll bring in everybody that was voted off, but they kind of have them sitting off to the side, sure. But they all get to meet each other in person at the very end. But until then, you just go with the profile pic, their biography that they get to write themselves, and then the communications that they have in chat, and that's it. And so anybody could be anybody. A lot of finger pointing. They always do these contests. I remember one season there was a guy who was playing a 45-year-old woman, and he was doing a stellar job. Had everybody fooled that he was this 45-year-old mom, and he was the Circle mom of the group, and everybody liked him. And then they did this test where they had to bake a cake and take a picture of their cake and show it to the group. And this guy had no freaking clue how to bake anything. And it showed. And they're like, that's weird. A 45-year-old mom doesn't know how to bake a birthday cake? And then the guy breaks down crying, thinking he's lost the show because of this. So the producers always throw a wrench in it. Yeah. When there's a clear victor, they'll do something to spice it up and make it an even match. It's always anybody's game right down to the end.
So what is the point of them living together if they never meet each other, or they don't interact with each other on a daily basis?
I think it's just to show a fancy hotel room. They've got each room is decked out with all these robotic cameras that follow them around. Like they're mounted on the walls and they just pivot. And so these hotel rooms are really kind of lavish and colorful and bright, and that's all it is. They could honestly be on a sound stage someplace else, and they're just showing aerial footages of the outside of a beautiful building. You have no idea.
Sure.
You know, like sometimes they'll go into a room where they are just the two people are talking, but there's a wall in between them. They could be in rooms on the other side of the planet, you don't know.
Yeah.
But they make it look like they're one wall apart from each other and stuff. So who knows? But I just, everything about the show is a lot of fun for me. And I recommend that if you're into any kind of reality game show or something, The Circle is one of the best.
Fair. Totally fair. Steven saying that he checked. He made a new Disney Plus program, and Prey is on there in the U.S. So yeah, maybe check your parental.
Okay, I will check my
advisory
settings. Thank you for that, Steven. I appreciate that. I got Twitch chat up, by the way, so I can take a look at it.
Okay, fair enough. You said you had two more. What was the other one you wanted to discuss?
The other one is, I haven't finished the show, but I'm very much into it. It's called A Man in Full. It's with Jeff Daniels. This is about big egos, big bank accounts, alpha males competing to be more alpha than the other guy. It has a lot of the Wolf of Wall Street in it, where it's just these people are so ridiculously wealthy, it's disgusting. But unlike Wolf of Wall Street, it's a much more serious tone, very dramatic, kind of dark and sinister. There's one person who's an obvious protagonist, who's a good person with good morals, and I think that he is definitely going to be corrupted as the show continues on, because he has to work with these morally bankrupt but really huge bank accounts, not bankrupt in real life, but morally bankrupt people. He has to work with them. And I love Jeff Daniels ever since Newsroom. I was just blown away with his performance in the Newsroom. Yep. And he does a stellar job in this one. There's some other great actors in here too. And they are just basically, people are upset that Jeff Daniels is so wealthy. And so these other alpha males kind of go after him to bring him down for the sake of bringing him down.
Okay.
And in the first 20 minutes, it shows his 60th birthday party. Like Shania Twain is playing live at his birthday party. He's got a trophy wife like you wouldn't believe, and just lavish everything. And you kind of want to see him go down too, but you also are rooting for him. And he kind of is just trying to like reaffirm to himself that he is the most manly person alive. You know, he tries to like wrestle a rattlesnake, just delusional in everything he does, kind of just because he wants to be as strong a male as he possibly can. And so it kind of talks about male toxicity and stuff like that, and it kind of redefines what masculinity is, because like I said, you've got this one protagonist who's a really great human being, a great father. He's intelligent, he's hardworking, and he's the kind of man that I want to be. But it shows a different variation of what a man can be from a wide variety of views. A lot of it having to just deal with ego and bank account and some sexual themes in there and stuff like that. So really enjoying the show. Can't wait to get back to it and see some more episodes of A Man in Full. I think it's top-notch stuff.
Now, do you know what service that's on?
I want to say Netflix.
Oh, nice.
I think.
Okay.
I should write that down. We should be prepared with some of the details, right?
Yeah, can't hurt. I mean, first episode, whatever. We'll figure things out as we go. I'm not gonna lie. Like you mentioned this in the chat. I had no idea what it was, and like you said it just now. And you're like, oh, with Jeff Daniels, and I instantly wrote it down because my brain went, oh, Newsroom. Like, I love that you're also a fan of some of Aaron Sorkin's work like that, because I am.
Oh yeah, West Wing was great.
Fan.
Loved West Wing.
Yeah. So that's definitely one that I'm going to check out. As I mentioned, I've got other things that other shows that I've watched recently. But we can save that for a future episode. We're at the 45-ish minute mark. We want to move on to news per se. I don't know why.
Mm-hmm. How much are you going to edit down out of this?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
We'll see what happens. Right now, it's just kind of going live to multiple locations. So we are currently live on Facebook, Kick, Twitch, and 2 different YouTubes. If you're watching this by chance on my gaming YouTube channel, I'm going to stop recording over there after like the first week or two. This is just basically to get the word out that this is happening. So if you want to follow this, go follow my new YouTube channel, Mongoli's Movie Show, I think it is, but I'll just put that in the chat. I think we're just sitting just shy of 50 subscribers over there, so it's brand new, but I appreciate everyone that has. So I won't be putting this on the gaming channel consistently. I want to keep that fairly gaming centric, and then we'll split that up. But for right here, right now, that's kind of the plan. So yeah, we'll cut this down as we go, but I mean, mostly I think it's fun to have the audience actually kind of interacting and participating. Once people know that this is what's going to be happening, this is normally going to be Thursdays at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Hopefully the audience will start showing up and knowing that's when this is and can start anticipating it. So that should be fun. There's a buddy of mine in the YouTube chat who is just trolling. He's been with me since last summer. We made fun of Aaron Sorkin's. My brother and I did a top 5 for Aaron Sorkin projects, and to make the list complete, the only one neither one of us had ever seen is the movie Malice, which is very.
I've never seen that either.
No, you're fine. It's very early on in his career, and it was clearly one where he was brought in to like punch up the script more so than write the movie. It's got a decent cast, like Nicole Kidman, Alec Baldwin. Someone else who you would definitely know, maybe Bill Pullman, although I could be wrong on that one. So the fact that we kind of ragged on that one, now this is his like go-to troll movie. So he's saying it's Aaron Sorkin's best work, of course, and it's going to be on the AFI Top 100 soon. Get some new material, Jesse.
I'll have to take a look just to see the difference here.
It's fine. Like it's one of those like sexy 90s thrillers, right? Like it's very in that genre. So if you like that genre, it's fine. But it's if you're watching it for the Aaron Sorkinisms, you're not going to find very many of them. Now this has been all around the internet recently. I'm going to bring it up on screen. I don't know how well you can see the screen, but James Gunn released a photo of the new Superman costume as a promotional pic for the movie that's coming out next year. Do you care at all about the fact that there's a new Superman movie coming out? James Gunn directing it. Any of this tickle you? Or are you more of a Marvel fan, or are you just over superheroes at this point?
So I don't mind Batman. I like Batman because he's immortal and his enemies are always way, way tougher than he is. And he uses his intellect and his wallet to beat them. And that appeals to me. The other side of the coin being Superman, who can't die. Like, how many times have we killed Superman and brought him back to life in all of his different media?
That's every comic book character, but yeah.
Like, his biggest villain is a bald rich guy, like with no superpowers. And he's like, this is dumb to me. I don't like Superman. He has all the odds in his favor of winning everything. And his biggest challenge is to not kill people? Like, Batman faces that one also. Like, they all kind of face that to a degree. I don't really get Superman, and so I'm not a big fan of Superman. He's got it too easy. He's too powerful. His enemies are too weak. I was hoping that when Doomsday actually killed him, he would stay dead, and he didn't. Instead, he gave birth to like 5 different Supermen. And so I'm really not a fan of Superman. I don't care about his costume. I'll probably check out his movies. I did like the Snyder cut of some of the DC movies. A lot of them missed the mark for me, but yeah, it's not a big deal. I don't know. Does he have is his costume crazy different or something? Like, what's going on with that? I haven't seen the picture.
So the picture's on screen again. I don't know how well you can see it. I can send it.
I only have your vertical shot with that smoldering chair in the bottom.
Fair enough. So basically what we're looking at is, the funny thing that I think about this is he's just sitting in a chair, like honestly, just like a regular chair, looks like an office chair at a doctor's house or something, casually putting on his boots, and you've got this glowing Death Star thing in the background just taking out half the city, and he doesn't seem perturbed or like he's just such a casual look as he's doing this. It just strikes me as really funny. The costume.
I see. Okay. Is that glowing orb?
Sorry, go ahead.
Is that like a laser blast that's shooting down toward the Earth from that glowing orb, or is that like a laser blast shooting up into the sky and it's a ball of pink fire at the end of it going upwards? I can't really tell. But either
that's
way,
a fair point.
his
I assumed
costume
it was
looks
the circle shooting down at us, but I guess it could be us destroying the circle. But either way, he seems very casual about the whole thing.
Right, yeah. And his costume seems a little singed or something.
Yep.
I don't know. I'm neither. Honestly, this kind of looks like something that one of the AI bots would just create. Or it doesn't appeal to me in any shape or form, really.
It
Like,
doesn't.
whatever.
It doesn't get me more hyped for the movie. It doesn't really make me think, oh, it's gonna be crap either. It just is like, okay, and kind of moving on. But I wanted to bring it up. His S looks like the Kingdom Come S, except with yellow in the background instead of black, which some people are speculating on. He's obviously way too young for the Kingdom Come storyline. And if you, I mean, this sounds weird, but if you look real hard at his crotch, you can see that he did bring back the red underwear on the outside, which I don't know. I'm with you. Superman is not a favorite of mine by any stretch of the imagination, but I've seen enough of his stuff where it's like, it's weird to have the underwear on the outside, but also it does kind of break up the flow of just all that blue from head to toe.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I wanted to bring it up, but I don't have a whole lot to say on it. It's just like, this exists. It's going to come out. James Gunn has made good movies in the past. I trust him, but I'm not like over the moon for Superman and crazy excited for it.
See, I would like an explanation of how the costume survives his battles. He gets thrown through buildings, he has asteroids smashed into his face, he flies around the sun, he does all kinds of stuff, and that costume barely gets singed. I'd like an explanation of what that material is made of, or here's an idea. Remember how when they did the X-Men and they brought him in like all black leather, and they had that funny line about, what did you expect, yellow spandex? I would like them to just do away with the suit, the cape, everything, and modernize his look completely. Just revamp it. Take a shot. Because everything they're doing is red and blue, underwear on the inside, underwear on the outside, and not a lot of difference. You mentioned the S is different. I had no idea. It's an S on the chest. I don't care. Like, let's go nuts on this and see what we can do, because I like when they take a comic book costume and make it realistic, like what they did with some of Captain America's costumes. Sometimes they go back to the old ones, but I'd like to see that and just see what they can do with it and see how upset people get if they do away with a costume and change it up.
I like this is episode 1 and you're trying to burn the whole freaking thing to the ground day 1. Like, screw superhero costumes. Let's make it more realistic. This is terrible. You've already got Alex34 in the chat just like, run. No.
I think the best movies take the unbelievable and make it believable, okay? I went into The Matrix not knowing what it was and seeing them run off of walls and dodge bullets, and I was rolling my eyes at the previews going, this is so stupid. And I went in there and they made that believable because they changed how things work. They changed the laws of physics for that movie and everything, and they made it real for me, and I was able to really enjoy that. When there's some serious plot holes where physics are completely broken with no explanation or whatever, it takes me out of the movie. And so seeing him fly around with his cape never being singed and not understand, it's a stupid little thing. But it always kind of drove me nuts. I'm like, why a cape? Who in their right mind wears a freaking cape in this day and age? Can we please bring him into the new millennium?
I think capes look cool, but I mean, of course, Edna from The Incredibles agrees with you entirely. No capes.
Right.
Okay, so I'm going to hit back on a couple of things you just said. The X-Men movies, I feel like watching them now with the black leather somehow feels more dated than them in the costumes in the MCU, because they did kind of make the costumes in the MCU, like, they're not quite comic accurate. They did kind of update them a little bit to be a bit more like real world-ish, but still larger than life. And I feel like so far those have held up a little bit better for me than like X-Men 1 and 2 specifically, where they're in those like black leather outfits, feels very late 90s, early 2000s Matrix era, like the world of that.
Right. But that's when they came out, though. I mean, they were, for the time, they were accurate. I agree with you, too. Those are even dated now, too, and they need to update it to something else. But yeah. I liked that they tried that.
Now, okay, you're caught up with X-Men 97. Did you catch that line?
What line?
Cyclops hands Cable his blue and yellow uniform, and he's like, what's this? He's like, what did Cyclops says, and what'd you expect? Black leather?
Right, he reverses
and I was just like,
it.
Yeah,
yes, I did
like,
catch that. Yeah,
you got Cyclops reversing the line. Like, that's cool. I like it. It was a little ham-fisted the delivery of it, but I was totally on board with it. Anyways,
yeah,
I like the Superman cape. I think if anybody's gonna have one, have the guy flying through the air, have one so you get that like Ripley thing. It does look cool. I do understand what you're saying about what is the material and how does it survive everything that he goes through. In the comics, it gets destroyed. You don't see it as much in the movies, so I get what you're saying on that one.
And I remember seeing some comics where his suit gets destroyed. They never talk about who's repairing it. Like, who's his tailor? Like if he's, or is it something like if they said like it's some sort of nanotech self-repairing or something, I'd be like, okay, there's an explanation at least. They addressed it at least, right?
Have you ever seen Invincible?
Yes.
Okay, so Invincible is, for anybody who has not seen it, essentially it is the DC universe, but everybody's got some evil in it. Not quite as bad as The Boys, but like essentially that is the idea. And one of the characters, I won't say main character, is the tailor for all the superheroes. He makes all their costumes, makes them iconic, fixes them, all that. I'm like, that's kind of brilliant. Just acknowledge it and like,
right.
It doesn't have to be a main thing, but just like, hey, Cecil, I need another costume. Okay. I don't think Cecil's the right name, but whatever.
Invincible, by the way, if you haven't seen the show, it's really hardcore graphic, and they use that graphic violence very well to make very intense points and bring the realism of what it would be like to have people with those kind of godlike powers when they become villainous. Great show, not for the faint of heart. I really enjoy Invincible. I think it's a fantastic show, and I recommend it to anybody who enjoys any kind of superhero content. If you're a fan of The Boys, you'll definitely be a fan of Invincible.
Yeah. It was one of the ones that I was going to talk about, so I'll maybe save that for next week and we can go a little bit deeper into it. But yeah, I just finished season 2 recently. I think so. Dingo's got an interesting point here. Changing Superman's outfit would kill the interest of more day-to-day fans, as there'd be little brand recognition. I think that's definitely possible, because if you had Superman, like let's say he never changed out of Clark Kent, right? Like he just flew up in his dailies. It might be more realistic. Maybe they get destroyed, but at the same time, like I don't want to see businessman Clark Kent fighting an alien. I want to see Superman fighting an alien. As weird as that might sound, and for promotional material and all that, it would just look better to have the fancy cape.
Honestly, what if they start him out in his cape and suit, but he gets into a battle where it gets completely like destroyed, and the next time he does have to fight in his business suit, and somebody's like, you can't be fighting as Clark Kent, and so then he goes to a tailor and gets a new modern suit made with no cape that doesn't look ridiculous, with like tamed colors, so it's more realistic. I think that would be interesting. There's a lot to work with there of changing the suit to meet the modern times. But that's just me. I'm a person who doesn't care about Superman. So I don't care if it ruins the whole thing for everybody, because I don't care about Superman.
Burn it to the ground.
Take that chance. Where other people are like, oh, hey, man, don't mess with the costume. It's too iconic. I get that. So whatever the fans want, let them have it.
Fair enough. It's not for you anyways. It's not going to change by how they change the costume. So
yeah.
The other one, I don't have a graphic for this one. Where are my notes though? It looks like Warner Brothers is going to go back to Middle-earth. They're making another Lord of the Rings movie. This time it's going to be The Hunt for Gollum is the working title, not necessarily the title we're going to get at the very end of it. It's going to be starring and directed by Andy Serkis, but it's going to have Peter Jackson. It doesn't say what role Peter Jackson's going to have, but it definitely says he's going to be integral to the part all the way through, so probably like an executive producer or something. But written by, I hope I pronounce these right, Philippa Boyens and Fran Walsh, who were the writers of all 6 movies up to this point. Do you care at all?
So the writers have not impressed me, because they've stretched out those movies and it felt like a cash grab. They're like, why make one movie when we can make it into a trilogy and stretch it out and have a bunch of dwarves dancing around, throwing dishes around the house for 20 minutes? And I did not like that. I felt like they were stretching it out way too much, not entertaining me, but rather just song and dance fluff filler to stretch those movies. Did not like that at all. Peter Jackson has been putting out garbage lately, in my opinion. He has some great stuff, but lately, like the Percy Jackson stuff, not really appealing to me. So that doesn't really add anything to it. I don't care, like the Gollum thing, like he had his time in the sun for me. I'm not interested how he got his start. We have already seen some of an origin story in the previous movies. I don't know how they're going to make any more of it. I'm not excited for this. I really am not. I felt like I wasted my time with the last ones. The last like 2 movies that came out felt like a total waste of my time. I even tried to go back and watch them with my kids, and they were uninterested. I was uninterested, and we stopped watching it. The original Lord of the Rings at the time was great, but I feel like a lot of that was just the general hype over the film. And everybody was talking about it because it was new, it was different, and you wanted to be a part of what everybody was a part of. I go back and watch those now, and they're a little bit slow, and they're not amazing. But I'm not like you told me this, and I immediately rolled my eyes. I was like, oh God, not this. I hope I don't have to. I'll probably let you review this one and tell me if it's worth it.
Cool. I actually agree with literally everything you said, other than I had to look up what Peter Jackson's been doing recently. I really liked specifically Fellowship of the Ring when it first came out. I saw that one multiple times in theaters. It just blew me away at the time. I enjoyed the next two quite a bit. I know most people love Return of the King more than Fellowship, but I think Fellowship had more characters that you can sink your teeth into, and that's more interesting to me than battles. So I really did like the original trilogy. I did not care for the Hobbit movies and didn't even watch the third one because I just had checked out so hard that I just didn't care whatsoever. There was the Prime series a year or two ago. I can't even remember what it was called. I struggled my way through that, but I did make it through it. It's not a high recommend. Parts of it were fine, parts of it were not. But that's a totally different studio making. That's not WB. Peter Jackson, nothing to do with it that I'm aware of. So I don't necessarily strike that against him. But you're right. Like they took Steven in chat is saying Fellowship was a no. Sorry, he's not. Where is he? Oh, yes, it is Steven. The original Lord of the Rings was based on trilogy books. You're right, but I think what Ron was talking about was The Hobbit, which was one book. It was a small book, and they made that into 3 movies, which was completely unnecessary, and I don't think
Hobbit
did them any
especially.
favors.
The Lord of the Rings was fine. That was fine. I think that's where they should have stopped, or they should have made The Hobbit 1 movie. At the most 2. A trilogy is just ridiculous. There was so much wasted footage in that trilogy. I couldn't stand it.
Yeah. And like exactly, like there's the one scene where you meet the dwarves. I mean, not meet them, but maybe shortly after that, and they just start like singing this song that's not catchy or not anything, and it just goes on.
They're literally doing Bilbo's dishes, or whoever. I don't know if it's Bilbo or the other one. They're just doing dishes and singing and dancing, and it's like a 20-minute sequence where nothing happens. They don't progress the story at all. It doesn't even you don't even get to learn about the characters. Like normally they do a song and dance, and they talk about each individual character in the song or whatever. Yeah. So it progresses. It's a way to introduce people and get you to know those characters. None of that. It was just them dancing around with special effects, throwing dishes. Yeah. It was dumb.
It's have you ever read the books?
Yes.
Okay. So I've read the
They're
Hobbit.
Not an easy read, by the way.
Oh, mine.
The originals, those are some challenging reads to get through.
I read the Hobbit once back when I was in high school, not because I was forced, I just chose to. I remember really liking it. And then I started reading the trilogy when the first movie came out, and holy crap, it is a totally different story. Like The Hobbit, I feel like was a fairly easy read, and then Lord of the Rings itself was a struggle. There were a lot of songs and things like that in it, and I use the term song very loosely because none of those rhymed or made any sense, and I felt like I could have just totally skipped those. Finished the book, started the second one, the movie came out, and I went, nah, I'm good. I just put the book down. It's like, I don't need to keep going with this. We're done here. So I feel like in that sense, in some way, The Hobbit was accurate to the lore, but also the worst parts of the lore where I'm like, I don't want this. I didn't want this in the book. I don't want this in the movie. I don't know. I think
if you want to experience The Hobbit in film, then watch the 90s cartoon one. Yeah. Honestly, that was enjoyable. It covered everything. It might not have been accurate to the book, but it was an enjoyable watch. It was an old cartoon one. And I enjoyed that version way more than the trilogy. And you get to see it in one movie, too.
Yeah. Yeah, so, I don't know. I'm happy that they're bringing back the writers because I did like the original trilogy, but this is definitely not something I'm terribly excited for. And, like, as you mentioned, we already know how his story ends. We know what happens to him. And we've already seen a pretty decent rendition of, like, we know he was a hobbit. We know he found the ring. We know, like, what are you going to tell us about this character that we don't know? I don't understand what the point of this movie is. If you want to take time in the universe, just be like, you know what, we really like Middle Earth. Let's tell a whole new story about somebody else from a different time frame. Even that, I'm not terribly excited for, but at least it would make sense to me. But I don't understand what this story could possibly be. I'll check out a trailer at some point and just be like, yeah, okay, yes, this is for me, or no, it's not. But right here, right now, just hearing this news, I gotta say it's a pretty hard pass for me.
Well, if I might pivot to something else, we're talking about origin stories here. An origin story that's coming our way that I'm very curious about, and I don't know if they're going to be able to pull this off or not, is the new Furiosa movie, where Mad Max Fury Road introduced Furiosa into this series, and it was a well-liked character. She's got one arm that's robotic. It's Charlize Theron. I mean, amazing actress. Really dark. Lots of questions, not a lot of lines, but she's a total badass. Everybody kind of liked her. And you want to know how she got into that position. I am very curious to see this new movie of her origin story Don't get me wrong, I really want another Mad Max movie, but I'll take Furiosa. And I'm very curious to see where she comes from and how she got into that position where Fury Road starts. So I don't know how you write that script. I don't know how you make it believable, because we see that she turns on the guy that runs the place. And so how does she go from a position of, you know, like a destitute child or abandoned child or whatever in the wild, and become one of his favorites and then turn on him later in that movie? Like, that sounds like a really complex plot. I'm really curious to see how the writers pulled that one off. So that's a movie I'm looking forward to as an origin story.
I own Fury Road. I've seen it once when it first came out. So, okay, I'm one of the few people on the planet who actually care about the Oscars. So when Oscar movies are announced, I try to watch all of the best pictures at very least, so that when I can watch the Oscars, I have some idea what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So that movie was famously nominated for Best Picture, and I was like, what? Like, Mad Max is nominated for Best Picture? So I had to go and watch it. And the entire time I was watching it, I was so distracted by, like, why is this a Best Picture nominee? I don't understand. I want to go back to it and rewatch it at some point and just allow myself to get more engaged with the story and not be fumbling with it the whole time. So I'm very excited to go back and watch that, see where I land, because like, the practical effects in it are insane. It is a gorgeous looking movie. I don't remember anything of the plot, or if there was much of a plot, other than we're gonna go from A to B and then B to A. And it's like, okay, sure, like that can be all it is. I've also never seen the original Mad Maxes. That's just a blind spot for me, so maybe that will help in some way.
Ooh, so you haven't seen the originals?
I have not.
Oh my God, this is fantastic. Okay, these are actually hard movies to find, or at least they were back in the day. Mad Max 1 is really, really different from the rest. He's a guy hanging out with his family in Australia, and the world is sort of ending.
Okay.
Sort of. And then a motorcycle gang starts things off in a bad way for him, and he goes down that path. You know how, like, Evil Dead and Evil Dead 2 kind of, like, overlap a little bit and rewrite each other? So Mad Max 1 and Mad Max 2 kind of do that to a degree, especially concerning his car. There's some, like, a little bit of inconsistencies between the two. So some people don't even bother with Mad Max 1 and they just watch Mad Max 2, which has a fantastic twist ending, some interesting plot stuff, a lot of showcasing of his car, really cool. And then, of course, you go into Mad Max 3, Beyond Thunderdome with Tina Turner, and they take it to a whole nother level. Lots of really interesting characters that they bring in and kill off, and lots of fun stuff going on in that one, too. So, man, honestly, if anything, today's takeaway is go back and watch those Mad Max movies and just check them out, because I was a big fan of Mad Max because of those. 2 is my favorite. That guy with the hockey mask saying "just walk away" is one of the most iconic things in film for me. It was just, I remember being a kid and watching that and just like all these crazy half-naked men with monster truck cars and face masks and guns, and everybody's out to get each other and total chaos everywhere. Just a real interesting movie for its time.
Nice. So there are 3 of them. That's what I wasn't sure, but I wasn't sure.
There are 3, yes.
I know Mad Max and I know Beyond the Thunderdome.
They don't call them Mad Max 1, 2, and 3 or anything. So it's actually kind of challenging to find it. I forget what the actual technical names are. Somebody in chat probably knows.
Hopefully. Okay, so I'm going to check that out, and we'll kind of bring that up, and we'll come back to that one in a second, let's say. I'm going to throw out another question, and then I've got one more thing I want to talk about, and then we can kind of discuss what we want the last segment to be, and then we can get out of here if that's cool with you.
Fine with me.
All right. So for anybody watching currently, what we're going to do is I'm just going to throw out questions randomly throughout the show. First person to respond is going to get 5 points. Second person is going to get 2 points. If that's all you want to do, just participate in the show, that's totally fine. But I'm actually going to host a long-running competition. If you are subscribed to me on Twitch or following me on Patreon, which currently I don't have set up, but I'm going to, then I will keep your score running throughout the year. And in October, when I do my second anniversary bash, I'm going to actually give out cash prizes to the people who are the highest up on the leaderboard. But you have to be subscribed at the time of this recording. So by the end of this show, essentially, you'd have to be subscribed if you want your score to count going forward. Otherwise, it's just fun for today. So here we go. Question number 2 for today. Which 1994 action film features Natalie Portman in her film debut? So what was Natalie Portman's film debut in 1994? Leave that in the comment section. First 2 people are going to get some points. All right. So the other one that the other thing that I wanted to bring up, we kind of talked about it with Cleaning Agent the other day, but you mentioned that's kind of where you came in and you had some thoughts on the idea, is the Deadpool 2 trailer. Now, I have seen the first trailer because I was just super curious, and watching that trailer, I was all in. But I didn't watch the second trailer because I don't want to spoil myself for the movie. I know I want to see it. It looks really, really good. I don't want to get any more jokes than I already know. I already know more about the plot than I want to with the amount of characters they're bringing back and guest cameos it looks like they're going to have. I think it sounds really fun, but I wish that I could have walked into the movie not knowing any of that. Have you been keeping up with the trailers on that? Do you watch trailers in general? You were mentioning that you also kind of stay away from things once you know that you like them.
So I saw the F-bomb trailer, as people call it, because there's lots of F-bombs in it. And I said, I can't watch any more trailers. I can't see any more because this one already gave up a lot. And I definitely like coming into a movie blind. I like not knowing what's going on. The other day, you guys mentioned Everything Everywhere, and I went into that not knowing anything about it other than Netflix kept recommending it down my throat. And finally, I said, okay, Netflix, and I watched it, and it turns out that Netflix knows me better than I know myself. Fantastic show. So as far as Deadpool goes, I don't want to see anything to do with that movie until I am sitting in the theaters. I do plan on going and seeing it in a theater. That's one of the movies I'm really looking forward to. So, I think the best way is to go in without expectation. Let the movie have full control over what you perceive rather than going in there with some preconceived notions.
Yeah, I think I completely agree on some levels. There are certain movies that I've seen where I kind of wish that I had seen a trailer so I knew a little bit what I was getting into. Because like sometimes you get into a movie, you're like halfway 35, 45 minutes into it, and you're just like, I don't know. Like, I understand who the characters are, I understand what's going on, but I have no idea where this is going, and I'm almost more distracted by not knowing what I'm supposed to be getting out of this, if that makes any sense. So the example that I used the other day was, oh my goodness, Bradley Cooper's newest movie, Maestro, where I walked in completely blind, knew nothing about it other than apparently the performances were really good, and it was nominated for an Oscar. It took me way too long to realize it was a biopic and actually based on a real person. And even then, it just felt like it was meandering randomly through this person's life. Like there was no, I don't want to say there was no struggle, but it wasn't clear what the point of the movie was other than just recreating this person's life. Another one of those is the Mark Wahlberg movie, The Rockstar, or maybe it's just Rockstar. Decent enough movie, like fine acting, all that, but you get like halfway through and you're like, what is the point? Like, what are we trying to say with this? What are we trying to do? It's literally just following him around for a while. And so sometimes I think watching a trailer is beneficial in that way, where you know kind of what you're getting yourself into. But Everything Everywhere All at Once, me and a couple of buddies, we heard some good things on this podcast, went to see it at a movie theater, and I am so glad I knew nothing about that movie walking into it. I walked in completely blind. I think I knew, I'm going to get his name wrong, but Short Round from Indiana Jones, I'm going to get it wrong, so I'm not even going to attempt it. I knew he was in
Goonies, too. He was in the Goonies. Remember Slick Shoes?
Oh, yeah. Data, wasn't it? Anyways, whatever. So I knew basics, but that's pretty much it. Watched that one blind and loved it so hard. It's the only movie. I actually watched it with some friends, and my wife and I were going on a date night the next day. We were going to go see Multiverse of Madness, and I was like, absolutely not. We have to go back and watch this one again. You're going to love it, to my wife. And she did. She thoroughly enjoyed it. But that's the only time I've seen a movie in theaters twice on back-to-back days, where it's just like, I need to see this again. And I got a totally different experience out of it the second time. Like the first time, I understood what was happening. I got it all. but I was like in tears laughing the first time, and the second time watching with my wife, it was much more of an emotional gut punch. I was like, I knew where the jokes were coming from, and I was just connecting with the characters more. And it was, oh man, that movie is probably top 10 for me. I
think it's definitely a movie worth watching twice. Anytime you have a movie that deals with something as complex as, and this wasn't time travel, but it was multi-dimensional, right? But it's along the same lines as a complex time travel movie. Another one similar to it might be Tenet. How you're not really sure what's going on the first time you watch it, but you can go back and then kind of go, oh, okay, that clicks. But you don't need to really know what's going on. You know that this helps them do that, and you just kind of go with it. Super entertaining. I loved the characters. The characters were different and diverse and real. I was able to connect with them and relate to many of them. I thought it was fantastic how they basically point out, they're like, to the woman, they're like, you are the worst version of yourself in any of the infinite universes. And that's a good thing because it allows you to tap into anything, anywhere, and improve yourself. And so it's a weird way to be optimistic about a bad situation, and how she progresses and deals with her life and what it could have been and all that stuff. Like there's so many, the mother-daughter aspects, the husband-wife aspects, the, midlife crisis kind of things going on. The whole universe is at stake. Like there's so much to that film to be had. Definitely worth a second look.
Yeah, I legitimately love that movie. And I mean, we could talk about it for a long time, but I feel like it's hypocritical to be like, oh, it's definitely one you want to go into blind and then spoil the movie talking about it. So I was like, maybe that's one we give the audience a week to catch up on.
That one's hard to spoil. I mean, it's so hard to explain to anybody what's going on.
For sure.
I mean, you can watch the trailers for it and not even really get the grasp what's actually happening there.
Which is fair from a plot perspective, but I feel like, again, I'm so happy that I knew nothing about it. Like, I didn't see any of the imagery even that would spoil jokes or spoil things coming up, because you're just, like, while you're watching, you're just overwhelmed by what the bananas crap is going on right now. Anyways, so yeah, we don't have a whole lot to say about the Deadpool 2 trailer because I didn't watch it, and I don't plan on watching it. I plan on watching Deadpool 2 100%, but if I know I'm going to see the movie, I'm not going to bother watching the trailer and potentially ruining any jokes or anything for myself. So that's all I've really got for news at the moment. So then we move into this androgynous third act. Yeah, Deadpool 3. Fair enough, not Deadpool 2. I keep saying 2.
I heard that. I was going to encourage you.
So we move into this third area where we can kind of figure out what we want to do moving on for not next week, but 2 weeks from now. So one of the options we discussed, and I'm going to hope that the audience participates on this one and throws out what they'd like to see, is we could go through something like the AFI Top 100. Like, just go from 100 down to 1, announce what the movie is so that the audience knows what it is, and then next week when we come, or 2 weeks from now when we come back, hopefully we'll both have had a chance to watch it, have some notes on it, discuss it, not like film critics really break it down, but just kind of give our opinions on it. And if the audience knows that's what's coming, they could watch it as well, and then they could be up to date with us and kind of keep up with us. That's an option, although I think there are going to be some amazing movies on that list. I think there's going to be some really overrated movies on that list where you're just like, yep, I sat through that.
Yeah, whether it's AFI or our own list of making, or even we do a little bit of both, I think that's great, getting the audience involved, letting everybody say, hey, this is what we're going to be watching. Come back next time, we'll talk about it, and be sure you're caught up and included on it. And we can hear chat's perspective as well.
Yeah. So I like the idea of that, but we can figure out what that list would look like. Option 2, and this would kind of play into something we just did, is we could do like a franchise rewatch, picking certain things and just like we just mentioned about Mad Max, and I wrote that down as something that I want to try and watch. If that was something we wanted to go back through, it'd be with Furiosa coming up. I'm not necessarily saying that I can watch 4 Mad Max movies in the next 2 weeks. I don't know if I've got a way to find all of those movies or the time to do that. But if we'd like picked 1 or 2 of those and just be like, all right, we're going to watch Mad Max 1 and 2 in time for next week, right? Like maybe this is the month of Mad Max, and then next month we pick Aliens or Rambo or Rocky, whatever the franchise happens to be.
You're hitting all my favorites, man.
Going back through some
honestly,
things.
And Support Dingo says Mad Max, The Road Warrior, and Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. Thank you for that. That is the correct titles of those movies.
Nice. And for the record, yes, Steven and I mean, you've got way too many consonants in a row for that to be a real name. But yes, it was The Professional. So I did write down both of you for your points. Steven, you're winning with 10 so far. Well done. So those are two options. And then, I don't know, do you have any other suggestions for what?
Not really. Not really. I don't care what we choose to watch. I think we should definitely state something so the chat can check it out. Put that in like the description of the video so people know, and that way the next week everybody's on board with with at least one or two of the movies that we're going to be going over, and have that something the chat can get involved in. I like that idea.
Cool. Do you want to tackle the AFI list, or do we want to just start off with maybe just franchises? You seem to jump down a little bit more as
do you have the AFI list in front of you right now?
I sure don't, but I think I've got it saved on my bookmarks.
Can you bring it up and then tell me the first two and the last two? Because we might start at the bottom and go up, or start at the top and go down. Just depends on what those titles are.
I'm pretty sure 1 and 2 are going to be Citizen Kane and Vertigo. I would just guess. And the last ones, if I remember correctly, it might be like Ben-Hur and something else. But give me 1 second. I'm sure I've got this written down somewhere. AFI 100. Okay,
wow,
so
Citizen Kane still sitting at the top?
Number 1 is Citizen Kane. Number 2 is Godfather. And number 3 is Casablanca. So that's the top 3. And then if we go all the way to the bottom, we're looking at Yankee Doodle Dandy is 98. Toy Story is 99. And Ben-Hur is 100.
Oof. I don't mind the top end of that list. I'm not interested in sitting through Ben-Hur again. Toy Story might make our list if we're talking about, we mentioned something about movies for families and stuff. I don't know. I don't know if we want to stick to the AFI. Some of those are...
Well, that's what I'm saying. Some of those are
rough.
going to be pretty hard. I don't even know what Yankee Doodle Dandy is. I saw Ben-Hur not that long ago, like within the last 2 years or so.
I tried to sit through Citizen Kane a couple of times because of its notoriety, and I just have trouble getting into it. Is there like a point in that movie that like things click and you're like, I'm on board? Because I never got to it, if there is.
Because
my time is valuable to me, and if I sit through that for 2 hours and go like, nope, I'm not the intended audience, I'm going to be a little mad I wasted 2 hours on it. But if somebody's telling me, yeah, there's a reason it makes the top of that list and you'll understand if you just sit through it, then I'm willing to take somebody's advice on that.
I don't know you well enough to tell you what is going to be in there that's going to click for you. That said, I actually really enjoy Citizen Kane, and I'm not from... it's the number 1 movie, so I like it. No, I actually do enjoy that one. Like, there's movies that are in like the top 10 forever that I'm like, I didn't care. Like, Vertigo was a really hard movie for me to sit through. I kind of want to give it a second try because I do like Alfred Hitchcock and I hear great things about it. But the first time I watched that, it just did nothing for me.
I didn't mind Vertigo. It was a little slow for me, but it was okay. I like Hitchcock, really.
So do I, but that's why I want to give it another try, because like Rear Window, Psycho, like he's got some phenomenal movies. Obviously, I mean, like, not breaking ground on that one. Like, hey guys, Hitchcock's good.
I mean, we could always let chat pick maybe a director, and then we pick 2 movies from the director for the next week, or
there you go,
something like that. We're talking about Hitchcock, or M. Night Shyamalan was always compared to Hitchcock, which I thought was a totally unfair comparison because he just has a couple of movies with a twist ending. But whatever. We can let Chad pick a director or an actor and just pick some movies from that lineup. We could go off the AFI. I don't know.
I kind of like the chat choosing something. So the first time I saw Citizen Kane was in a movie theater with a friend. We've got a local one that does play older movies, so it was really cool seeing it on the big screen. I think overall the story is really interesting and a fascinating way of looking at the American dream, as somebody who's not even American. And it's been a minute since I've seen it. I've seen it multiple times, but it's been a minute. It's I think there's a certain amount of appreciation if you go back and watch it now, realizing how many, I'm going to call them special effects, are in that movie for 1939. Like, things that they had to figure out how to do that you just take for granted now, right? Like where you zoom in on the photo, and at some point in that zooming in, the photo becomes the next scene. which is like in today, like I can do that on OBS, right? Like that's not a hard thing to do. But at the time was like groundbreaking. Like that's kind of something they had to create for that movie. So thinking about things like that, and that's kind of why I appreciate Ben-Hur as much as I did as well, because like you're watching certain scenes and I'm like, how on earth did you film this with practical effects in the 50s? I don't know how you do that now without using special effects. You know what I mean? Like it's almost like the pyramids, where like we've just lost the technology to know how to do that without using modern technology. So I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh my God, you have to see Citizen Kane because it's going to blow your mind and you're going to love it. If you've tried it and it's not for you, that's fine. Like I'm not a movie snob in that way. Where like, oh, it's the best movie, and if you don't like it, there's something wrong with you. No, if you don't like it, it's not for you. That's moving on.
I tell you what, I'm going to give Citizen Kane a shot. I'm going to give it a shot.
Okay, good luck.
But I'll give it 60 minutes of my time, but not a second more if I'm not in love with it by 60-minute mark. Because I think I've only given about 20 minutes of my time so far, and I never got hooked and never quite understood it. But I'll give it 60 minutes and see where we land and see if I can't make it through the whole thing.
I don't know where you work, live, all that stuff. Do you have like a commute to get to work or anything like that?
No,
Okay.
I could walk to work in 5 minutes.
Okay, I was gonna say, like, I've got a podcast that I really like. It's just audio.
If it's a podcast I can listen to, I listen to stuff at work like all day long. That's where I consume a lot of my. I listen to things while I do the chores around the house, and I listen to things while I'm stocking shelves at work.
I'm gonna send you a podcast. I like the podcast. I'm sure they've done an episode on Citizen Kane, but I don't have like a specific episode on Citizen Kane that I'm aware of. But if they break it down, they generally do a really good job of talking through what's going on in the scene, why it's going on in the scene, and why it's important. And maybe if you listen to that and then watch the movie, it'll give you a bit more of an appreciation. If not, I mean, again, I'm not trying to convince you to spend your time. You're the one that said you're going to give it another try. I didn't try to tell you that, but I don't know. All I can say is I enjoy it, and I've seen it a couple of times at this point. Cleaning Agent in chat is saying Stanley Kubrick. There are definitely some Stanley Kubrick movies I really enjoy, and some that I've not seen or not seen in a very long time. So I could be on board with that. Even if we took a director or an actor, we don't necessarily. Oh, I guess that kind of defeats the point. I was gonna say we don't need to necessarily pick the same movie. Like I could watch two, you could watch two, and then come back and be like, which ones did you choose? But then it's hard for the audience to keep up and watch along with us, and that would kind of.
I've seen most of Kubrick. Full Metal Jacket was Kubrick, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. That's probably my favorite one of him. I also like A Clockwork Orange. I mean, we're hitting on all the usual stuff here. Who did Eyes Wide Shut?
That's Stanley Kubrick.
Okay, that was too? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm familiar with a lot of his work and enjoy it. I think he's got there's a reason you know his name, right? There's a reason you know his name.
Yeah.
His films are different enough that they stand out, and he's clearly talented. I mean, that goes without saying. And so I enjoy Kubrick as well.
Okay. Well, there's a bunch of his movies I've not seen. I've actually got a lot of his movies on DVD. There was like a sale on Amazon at one point for like 8 of his movies or something. I was like, all right, done. But I've not.
Are you
really
thinking of watching something? What do you got in mind?
Well, that's what I was just about to throw at you. I just saw Shining semi recently, so I'd rather not do that one.
Okay.
I've never seen all of Eyes Wide Shut, and you can leave it at that. It's been a very long time since I've seen 2001.
Ooh, they've been posting that one a lot lately. 2001's great.
Give me 1 second. I'll go grab it, and I'll know what I have actually.
You've never seen 2001?
I have. I've seen it once a long time ago.
Okay. He's seen it once, folks. He's seen it once at least. Oh, what else? I should probably be more prepared for this and have stuff listed here. Kubrick film list. Let's see here.
If you're not
Eyes Wide Shut, Full Metal Jacket, Shining, Barry Lyndon, Clockwork Orange, 2001, Doctor Strangelove. I haven't seen Lolita either.
If you're not familiar with IMDb, the Internet Movie Database, it's absolutely a website you should have bookmarked.
Oh yeah, I go there all the time. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. So in this collection that I've got here, we've got Lolita, which I've never seen, 2001, which I haven't seen in 20 years, Clockwork Orange, which I enjoy, Barry Lyndon, which I have never seen, The Shining, which I saw recently, Full Metal Jacket I've seen once, I feel like it's two separate movies in one, and I really like the first half, and I don't care for the second half as much, but I'd be willing to watch it again and see if that's actually accurate. And Eyes Wide Shut, which I've never seen again in its entirety.
But Spartacus?
I have not seen Spartacus, nor do I have it here, so I'd have to see if it's available somewhere that I have access to it.
Spartacus and Paths of Glory is also another good one with Michael Douglas.
I don't even know if I've heard of Paths of Glory. I like Michael Douglas.
1957, black and white.
Okay. I've seen Doctor Strangelove. I didn't love it as much as most people say you're supposed to. Like, apparently it's supposed to be this hilarious.
I didn't get on the Doctor Strangelove train either.
Okay, it was there's lines, but like, I don't know. It didn't do it for me. If we wanted to go Stanley Kubrick, we could do. So what were we thinking? Like, do one, like if we did it once a month or something. Sorry, one movie a week, and pick a director for the month. So like the month of May could be Stanley Kubrick. We'll come back with one movie next week and then another movie the week after that. Well, 2 weeks after that.
Okay.
I'm asking. I'm not.
It's fine.
Or,
I think we let chat just decide if we chat could decide the director, the actor. They could decide the movie itself, and just let chat pick. And I think we just do a different one each time we get together, rather than do like a 2-part series.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Because if we get stuck on one director that nobody likes, they may not want to come back the next time.
Well, that's what I was a little bit nervous about. Like, Mad Max might be a bit more fun. There's a Mad Max movie coming out in the near future. That might be an easier thing. Whereas, like, Stanley Kubrick, as much as I enjoy him, is a pretty heavy director for the first 2 episodes of the show.
Right. Yeah. I'm looking over his list, and I'm just like, oh man. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like most of these movies. Full Metal Jacket's one of my favorites. I made my wife watch that, and she hates me for it. But I thought that was like an important film for people to see and realize what was going on. Like that was a important piece of theatrics right there.
Yeah. As I said, like the first half with Vincent D'Onofrio training, I love that movie. Yeah, I love that movie, or that part of the movie. And then the second half where they're actually like in the city in Vietnam, I was like, okay.
Right. It is 2 movies put together. It really is.
But
but just seeing I think that movie painted a really interesting picture of the Vietnam era and what went on there.
Yeah. I'll admit, I don't know enough about Vietnam. I did watch, ironically, we were talking about The Abyss earlier, and you were saying the director's cut of it is fantastic. I watched the director's cut of Apocalypse Now, and apparently it's one of the worst director's cut ever made. Like, it's one of those ones where, like, the director's cut just makes it longer, but doesn't actually make it any better.
Right.
So I'm very curious to go back at that one.
It was rough for me as well.
Yeah, I'm very curious to go back to that one at some point and watch the theatrical release. Because it's supposed to be like an absolute classic, and I walked away from it just like, that was so long. Oh.
The theatrical version is pretty slow and long too. I watched that just last year again, and I remember going, okay, like there's a lot to this, but there are just some slow sequences where they're just kind of like the camera panning some of the countryside and things like that. Like they could shorten that movie up a lot. I think that kind of sequencing though just sets the tone for the loneliness, the dreariness of the situation. Kind of makes you come out a little bit more depressed, and because it is the mental downfall of men venturing into the heart of darkness kind of thing. So it was important, but it's rough to get through.
For sure. All right. Damn millennials. Go back to your TikToks.
All right, here's one. How about I pick a movie for you to watch because I want to hear your take on it. You pick a movie for me to watch because you want to hear my take on it. And chat picks a movie for the both of us to watch and come back. Whether it be, they could pick a director and then we pick a movie or whatever, like we're saying. But for me, I want you to watch the director's cut of Abyss. And I want to hear your take on the difference since you just saw that. I'd like to know what you think of the difference in the two.
Okay. So I'm writing that down. I need to watch The Abyss again, director's cut, and this is for next week. So we got 2 weeks to do this. Like week.
Yeah, 2 weeks to do it. Yeah.
Director's cut.
And is there something you think I absolutely need to see?
I'm gonna work on that. Okay, so the movies that come to mind right away. I mean, obviously the easy answer would be Citizen Kane because we already just talked about that. But if it's
I
you
have
already
that
know
already written down and highlighted, I think I'll check it out.
I was gonna say if it's one that you already know that you're like on, then I don't want to be like I don't want to make you sit through 2 hours and like the entire time you come back is like why did you do that to me? I don't want to come back on the show. You really liked Eternal Sunshine. No, sorry.
Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind was pretty good too.
Everything, Everywhere, All at Once is the movie I was actually trying to get to on that one. In a weird way, the most similar movie I can think of to that is Eternal Sunshine. Not because they have anything in common, but just in the sense of like they feel very
different,
like distorted versions of reality, for lack of a better term. Eternal Sunshine they're both kind of indie-ish films, like they're very low budget. So if you can kind of get, my thing is obviously everything is much weirder, but if you can get on board with Eternal Sunshine, I think that's a good stepping stone to Everything Everywhere All at Once in a weird way. And honestly, I just absolutely love the movie, so I would recommend that one. It sounds like you've already seen that one though, and you're
already seen that one, yeah.
With it. People are suggesting, as far as good movies go, John Carpenter's The Thing. I watched that recently.
The Thing's my top 10 list, man. That's fantastic.
It is such a good movie.
I even enjoyed 95% of the prequel to that. I just hated the ending. They leaned into special effects and it was lame.
I haven't seen any of the other ones around. Like I know there's a remake of it and whatnot, and I just like, no, I'm good. I'm good with the.
It's a prequel. It's a prequel. It leads up to the events, and I thought it was really good. Just the ending is all special effects and really lame.
Okay, fair enough.
The Mist is a fantastic movie. I loved that. It was really dark. They didn't pull any punches in The Mist. That was great. What's Tom? Oh, with Tom Jane. Okay.
Is The Mist the one? I don't want to give away the ending.
They're
Mist
stuck
has
in
a
a grocery
really
store
dark
with the
ending.
mist around them for so long, and there's like a religious woman who's trying to lead one side of the group, and there's other people who are trying to be a little more rational, and they get pitted against each other, and they're trying to escape. They try to make a getaway, and the monsters in the mist are eating everybody all the time. I thought it was a great movie. I really enjoyed the ending of that because they didn't pull any punches. Death to Smoochie, Cleaning Agent. I didn't really like Death to Smoochie.
I'm with you on that one. I didn't care for Death to Smoochie either. I walked into it with high expectations. I think it was Death to Smoochie, and there was another one around the same time. I think it was Man of the Year. And I walked into both of those really wanting to like them and just didn't.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen Arrival?
Yes, Arrival's great. I like it. If it's science fiction, I've probably seen it.
That's fair. That's fair. I just watched that one again recently, and absolutely, like I've seen it before, but we rewatched it recently, and it was
Rival,
so
Contact,
freaking good.
any of those kind of they're really good, dude. If you haven't seen the Thing prequel, I forget what it's called.
You must.
I think you should check that out. It's really amazing how they get from the start of that movie to the start of the one with old Snake Plissken in it. Not Snake Plissken, but
I know
Kurt Russell.
Kurt Russell.
Yeah, that's a really interesting path that they take. Like I said, just be prepared. The ending is a special effects bonanza without much thought, but the rest of it was really good.
I am not sure what the Fortress is.
Christopher Lambert. I haven't seen that, but I kind of want to.
I like how we just have a list of movies that's growing. I don't know what that one is, but I'm writing it down. All right.
All right, so for me, I'm definitely checking out Citizen Kane. We talked about it a lot. I'm kind of interested to watch The Fortress. And then, did you have something in specific you wanted me to see?
I'm still you're gonna. So I'm also a big sci-fi guy, but if that's a genre that you've already seen a ton of, that's gonna be tougher.
If you can
for
find
me.
a science fiction movie that I haven't seen that you think I need to, I absolutely want to know about it. Because
Challenge accepted.
There are movies out there that I think are so amazing that not a lot of people have seen. Like, I think Primer could be one of the best time travel movies that has ever been made, and not a lot of people even know that movie exists.
Myself,
and I think it is phenomenal. One of those low-budget indie films that just blows your mind.
People are saying The Cube. Have you ever seen The Cube?
Yes, I've seen The Cube 2, and Hypercube. Hypercube was just the dumbest thing ever, but Cube and Cube 2 were pretty good horror sci-fi movies.
I've only seen Cube. I liked it just fine. It didn't blow my mind. I'm not running out to see it again, but it was fine. I feel like after we're done here, I'm gonna go look at my movie selection and just be like, oh, that one, oh, that one, oh, that one. But literally right now, I'm completely blanking. So I guess I'm gonna say Citizen Kane and leave it at that. And then we wanted to have. So I'm watching the Abyss Director's Cut. That's a star on that one. That one's happening for sure.
I'm watching Citizen Kane, and I think I'm going to try and check out The Fortress, but that'll just be because I'm interested in The Fortress. I don't know if we're going to get time to talk about it or not.
Well, if I also watch The Fortress, that could be our fan-submitted one. So that would give us... You gave me a movie, I gave you a movie, and then the fans gave us a movie, and that would be pretty decent. So next week, we can come in, talk about whatever we've been watching recently. Yeah, if there's any news, we can go to that, and then we'll go and do these 3 movies. So I will put this in my Discord so that other people know that this is what's going to be happening going forward. I mean, I don't know how much advertising you want to do for this show on your channel, but you can let people know over there as well.
Absolutely.
And see how we do. Now, next week, this Thursday coming up, it's not going to be Run 7. I'm going to be joined by my brother. We're going to do a top 5 list. That's going to happen once a month. We're going to do our top 5 animated Disney animated movies. And in the Discord, you can also leave suggestions if there's a top 5 or a tier ranking you want to see of other categories for next month and months going forward. That's going to be what we're going back to. One of the ones that I heard that I really liked the idea of is movies you've seen more than like 5 times or more than 10 times, like movies you keep going back to. I'm only a little bit nervous about that one because with it being my brother, it might be a very similar list.
Hey, you know what? Create me a top 20 list, and then I'll create a top 20 list of my all-time favorites, and we should compare. We don't have to go through the entire list, but I think that would give us a great list, because like if there's something on my top 20 list that you haven't seen, I'm going to lose it. Right? And same thing. Like,
I almost guarantee you it will.
I want to know what your top 20 is, and I want to see them all so I know, because I really respect your perspective on films. You watch things that I don't, but I've checked out some of the stuff you've talked about previously, and I've enjoyed them and found value in them. So I'm kind of curious. So I'm going to build my top 20 list too, just for something that we can put on a back burner.
That's very exciting. That I high praise. Thank you. But also, like, I'm kind of terrified because you always hear about like, oh, your top 5 or your top 10. I'm like, I don't know how you make that list, but top 20 actually gives you some wiggle room.
Yeah,
so I kind of like that. Now, are you actually going to do like this is number 1, or are you just going to be like, no, these are the top 20 movies?
I mean, I'll try my best to put them 1 through 20, but you're right. Like the mood that you're in could dictate where some of those fall, and a lot of mine is going to be heavy sci-fi, stuff like that. So. Because that's I really enjoy science fiction, so I think my top list is going to have that. But I think there's going to be some interesting picks on there that you may not expect from me as well.
Now, out of curiosity, and like you don't, whatever, I'm just curious. Whenever I come up with a top, like people ask me, what's your top 5 movies, stuff like that, I always have a hard time because there are movies that are so integral to who I am as a person and where my sense of humor came from and stuff like that. But they're not necessarily things I want to watch ever again because I've seen them so many times.
Mm-hmm.
Would you put those on a top 5? Like if you've seen something to death, but it still means a ton to you? Because like
yeah, I think I would put it on my top list, but I wouldn't rewatch it again. Like Forrest Gump, probably on a top 5 list for me. It was very impactful to me as a young man growing up. I got stuck in bed for a very long period of time, and I had a VHS cassette of Forrest Gump that I watched on repeat over and over and over and over. And it was an impactful movie on me. I don't really have the desire to watch it again, but because I could recite the lines from the entire movie. But I think it was a big thing for me. And it may not be for other people because there was a lot going on in my life at the time that I felt related to Tom Hanks and that character in the film. So yeah, there's movies that I've seen to death that'll make my list, but I'm not going to rewatch them again. And there's also stuff like, if you were to give me a topic, I could narrow you down a real easy top 5 list. Like, if you were to say, like, what's a great kids movie that the parents can enjoy, I could easily whittle that down to a top 5 list and give you 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. You know, but when you say what's your all-time top 5 favorite movies, I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to give you a list of 20.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, or it's gonna change tomorrow. Like, here's the top 5 right now, and tomorrow I'll think of something, or my mind will change and be like, this one. That could also just be a really fun episode. Like, we could easily kill an hour talking about our top 20 movies. Even if we did like one episode on you, one episode on me. So like I just give you my entire list, we discuss it back and forth, and the next week you give me your entire list or something. That could actually be a ton of fun.
Yeah, there's lots we could do. Lots we could do.
Cool. I'm gonna have fun writing that list. I'm also gonna give myself a headache writing that list, but it's gonna be fun. All right, man. It's been about an hour and 45 minutes by this timer, so I don't know what we're gonna do.
Yeah, have fun editing this one down.
Well, we'll see. It might just go live as what it is. It's already live on the channel. I might just give it a thumbnail and move on with my life.
Right? Yeah. We can whittle it down, try and get it down under an hour next time, maybe something like that. I don't know. But I mean, there's just so many ideas, and this thing might evolve over time as we go. And we decide that we don't like this top 10 list, or we do like doing the Twitch pick or whatever. Who knows? I drink a ton of caffeine, and I'm about to wet my pants. So let's do an outro and call it a day, shall we?
Sounds good. Well, thank you so much, Run, for joining me here on the very first episode of the Return of the Mongoolie Show. It's been a ton of fun, and I can't wait for us to get together again. Now, next week, again, is going to be my top 5 Disney movies with my brother, and then Run will be back the week after that. So come check us out Thursday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time over on the Mongoolie Show, twitch.tv/the Mongoolie Show, or on YouTube. All the links will be down below. You have a great day, everybody, and Run, again, thank you so much for joining me.
Absolutely, Dan. We'll try and use our names next time.
Right, absolutely, Brian. Cheers, buddy.
We'll get used to it. Thanks, man. It was great.
All right, bye. All right, we are done recording. You are welcome to bounce whenever you so desire.
Yeah, I gotta go make my kids some food, and I'm gonna go pee in the grass again, so I'll catch y'all later. Thanks, chat, for letting me hang out with y'all. It was fun. I'm glad we got some of the technical issues worked out. Maybe next time we can try that ninja thing before we go live and see if we can't work out the kinks on it and make it run. You said that you're split streaming to a bunch of different places, right? Like 2 YouTubes, Kick, Facebook, and Twitch. That's 5. That might be slowing down your processor, depending on which system you're using of splitting that stream up. If you're using a third party to split the stream, it's not weighing down your computer. But if you're doing it yourself, it could be really dragging you down. That might be an issue of why we couldn't get the Ninja thing to work.
I'm sending it. So this is the exact same thing I was doing the other day with Cleaning Agent. I'm sending it to Restream, and Restream is sending it to 5 different places.
Okay, so it's third party, so that shouldn't be a problem then. So cool. I don't know what's going on there.
It's all good. We'll figure it out.
All right, thanks for letting me come on. Later,
Thank you for coming on. Bye. And just for the sake of getting the third question out here, because I said that I would, we're going to go with one more question. You can type in first person to respond is going to get 5 points. Second person to respond is going to get 2 points. And if you are subscribed, these points will carry over until the anniversary bash in October, where there will be cash prizes. Otherwise, just respond if you know the answer. In the 2000 film Meet the Parents, what is Ben Stiller's character's occupation? So you can leave that down in the comments. Let's jump over to my actual Twitch. Actually, you know what? I have nothing on the screen to show you, so I guess there's no point in doing that. Steven is just on fire today. Shouldn't have done that. That gives away the answer. Oh, well. Jumping over to Twitch. That's a little Inception-y. Let's get that off the main screen. And Zager coming in with second place. Well done. How do you pronounce your name? G-E-R. All right, so that means, Steven, you won today with 15 points, taking all 3 questions. Well done, sir. Greatly appreciate you coming here and hanging out. What did you guys think? Was that fun hanging out with Run? Do you enjoy the movie show? I mean, you're here, so I have to assume that you did. Let's turn off some of the places this is going. Doesn't need to go to Facebook anymore. Doesn't need to go to the movie channel anymore. And I think Kick is dying slowly, so we can just ignore that one. But Strategist enjoyed it. Love it. I was going to say Vet because the cat milking. Was that the right movie? That is the right movie. That is the wrong profession, though, unfortunately, Cleaning Agent. Yeah, so what I'm looking to do is essentially that every Thursday night at 9 p.m. We did it Saturday because Run was sick. Thankfully, Cleaning Agent was able to step in, so that was still a very, very fun time on Thursday night. We will be back next Thursday and every Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It will change every week, so you're only going to get Run 7 twice a month. We'll get my brother Jonathan once a month, and I'm still figuring out what I'm going to do for that last one. I would love to do the game show, but I just can't seem to find volunteers, so be it. So maybe I'll just do my own show something movie related, and maybe we'll go extra hard on the questions that week so people can kind of like bump up their scores if they want to. Again, you can head over to the Discord, just hit !Discord, follow that link. You can join the Discord, and all of the rules and everything for the contest are going to be in there. As I said, during the Anniversary Bash in October, the bare minimum prizes for first, second, and third are going to be $100, $50, and $25 US. So if you want a chance at that, go follow the rules, head over there. You can follow that link. And obviously, if the show starts doing well and we can afford to, I will bump up those prizes, but that is the bare minimum prizes for that. So I think that would be fun. I hope it's fun. I hope you guys are enjoying that. As far as movies go, I've got quite a little watch list that I need to get through. Does anybody know what the Thing prequel is called? I guess I have the internet right in front of me. I can look that up. But if somebody actually knows. Oh, what was that? It appears you've been by yourself in this call. Oh, right. I have to actually hang up the phone call. More than 3 minutes of bandwidth. Patrol has asked me to disconnect you to save bandwidth. The stuff doesn't grow on trees. Yeah, that's fine. All right, let's put this back. We can put the channel points back on now that we're not doing that. Back to the stream manager. Is that running? It's not running just yet. Don't hit the stream buttons just yet. You have copy running. Cool. Okay. It might just be called The Thing as well. The Thing 2011. Let's go new tab. The Thing prequel. Oop. It is a direct prequel to the 1982 film. It's really dumb that they called it the same name. That's going to be so much harder to find. Why do they do that? Excuse me. Okay, so I have a Just Watch app. Let's see if we can find it on there. That'll make my life a little easier. The Thing. 82 2011, not available on any of your streaming services, is rentable for a couple of bucks. That's not terrible. All right, and then what was The Fortress? I'm not even familiar with that one. Fortress. Oop. Oh, The Fortress is available on Netflix. I don't think that's the one they were talking about, though. Is it a Southern Korean movie, the one that you're talking about? Or the one that somebody brought up? Ancient Korea, 17th century, the powerful Khan and the something tribe of Manchuria who fight the Ming dynasty to gain China. Is that the one? No. Okay. There's another one with Bruce Willis. Story revolves around a top secret resort for retired U.S. intelligence officers. Is that the one? That one's on Prime. Oh, it's just Fortress. God, that looks like that's going to be hard to find. If I'm being honest. Fortress, not available on any of your services. And it's not even, like, you can't even rent this off of YouTube. Like, this does not exist. Cool. It's on Amazon to rent? It doesn't say that it is. I'll have to check Amazon later. All right. And then what was Primer? (2004). Friends and fledgling entrepreneurs invent a device in their garage which reduces the apparent mass of any object placed inside it, but they discover that it has some highly unexpected capabilities, ones that could enable them to do and have seemingly anything they want. It's actually got an incredible score, 89%. Wow. That's on Just Watch, but still. Not available anywhere, unfortunately. Have a Discord movie night. We'll watch it there. I would be the worst watch along person ever, to be perfectly honest. Like, I can't even Netflix and chill. Like, if there's a movie on or something, I'm going to try my very best to just engage with it. And I will completely ignore the other people in the room. Like, if we did a watch along, it would 100% be me watching the movie with my jaw open while you guys watch me, and it'd be, nobody would want that. Amazon US only then. That sucks. We probably still have a bunch of war attacks we need to do, right? Yeah, 6 war attacks left to go. I think the raid's restarted. You would hate watching movies with me. Are you a chatterbox there, cleaning agent? Because if so, you're absolutely right. I would absolutely discuss that. Discuss that? I would hate that. That would not be good. I mean, it kind of depends on the movie. Sometimes you can watch a movie and just have fun with it, right? And just, like, it doesn't matter if you're quote-unquote ruining it. And then other movies are like, I really did want to watch this. Okay, I've been finding I actually have pretty decent luck with actually sacking room 1 and then going in. And if I don't do that and I just go in with my team, they tend to die really quickly. So I'm just going to waste some resources. I think it's better to waste the energy than it is to waste the 250 cores. I know that I'm now going to have to spend cores to refresh, but whatever. Actually, I can just do this. I kind of low-key hate that I can have this team so well built up and still not be able to sim it, but whatever. It depends on the movie. If it's trash, I'll make fun of it the whole time. If it's quaddy, I'm more like you. That's exactly. That's what I mean. Like, if it's a movie I want to watch it. I don't want to hear what you have to say about it. If you want to throw out like a one-line like, oh, I bet he's the bad guy, sure. Do what you got to do. But if you're like, especially if you like, oh my God, when somebody's talking to you and it's not even about the movie you're watching, like you're clearly watching a movie and they're like, you know what? I really enjoyed the fish and chips at lunch. I think we should go there again. And be like, are you fucking real right now? My wife doesn't do that. I didn't mean that to be implying anything like that. I just mean people in general when they're trying to have a conversation with you and you're clearly invested in something else. Just like, no. This is not talkie time. I mean, I'm so curious to watch the Abyss director's cut that he's talking about, and at the same time, I'm not super excited to watch the same movie again. I realize it's not going to be the same movie, but you know what I mean. Like, it's going to be awfully similar twice in 2 weeks. We'll see. And then if I don't have access to the fortress, I'll have to figure something else out for that. All right, it's actually after 1 o'clock. I think we're gonna call it a day. Is there anybody else on at the moment that we can jump over to? But first, I guess I just want to say, well, let's find out. That was dumb. Could have done it from there. Stream manager. Let's hit that raid button. See who's live. I think Rolf Kieran is, but he's playing something else. Well, we're going to jump over to Rolf anyways. So thank you all very, very much for hanging out with me. This has been a ton of fun. Hopefully you guys had a good time and you're wanting to come back again. I can't stress it enough. Thursdays, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on Twitch. If you want, I am broadcasting to my YouTube channel, but I'm going to be changing that. I'm not going to be broadcasting to my gaming show every time we do this. I'm going to broadcast to the movie show. So if you want, make sure you follow this link and give a subscribe over there. And even if you don't plan on watching it over there, you do plan on watching it on Twitch, subscribing can't possibly hurt. It'd be great for the channel. I think we're still just sitting just shy of 50 subscribers, so it'd be amazing if we could bump up to at least that little milestone of a number. If you're not already following this channel, make sure you hit follow so you know when we go live with more Mongolia's Movie Show or more Marvel Strike Force, whichever it is you'd prefer to watch. Either way, that'd be greatly appreciated. And if you want to participate in the annual leaderboard movie trivia thing, make sure you hit the subscribe button, and I'll get a Patreon set up. You can head over there, sign up to the Patreon. Either one works. You don't need to be signed up for both of them. You do not need to be signed up the entire year. I will stress that. Only at the time when you gain the points. So if you want to gain the points, they have to be signed up at the time, but you don't have to be signed up for like 7 months or 8 months at a time in order to win. As long as you're signed up, you got the points, and you're the highest on the leaderboard, you're going to win that cash prize. So head over to the Discord, head over to the YouTube, sign up in all the locations you possibly can. And until next time, friends, we will see you later. Bye. Successfully rated. But that doesn't stop everywhere, so now we need to